लेकिन इधर के लोगों में अभी सिक्किम में उसके कारण में केवल सिक्किम प्रभावित है, बल्कि हमारे देश के और राज्य में और यहाँ तक कि बांग्लादेश प्रभावित हो रहा है। आज हिमालय में गड़बड़ है। एक और तो विश्व का तरह महाकवि कालिदास, दूसरी ओर तो जो वैज्ञानिक है वो कहते हैं कि हिमालय में हुआ पहाड़ है, आदमी ऊपर उठ रहा है और अपनी स्थिरता को ढूंढ रहा है। तो ये स्थिति आज बनी हुई है। एक और मेरे दो पक्ष है। इसमें आप सोचने की बात है कि ये सब क्यों हो रहा है, क्योंकि एक तो प्राकृतिक स्थिति जैसे भूकंप हो गया, फ्रॉस्ट एक्शन की बात हो रही है, इस प्रकार के कारण तो है। लेकिन इसके अलावा महान विकास के लिए हमारे जो प्रभावित कर रहे हैं बिना सोचे समझे, जैसे सिक्किम में ही पता चला कि 500 मेगावाट का एक विद्युत परियोजना हो गई। आज स्थिति ये हो गई है कि हमारे पानी के परंपरागत स्रोत सूख रहे हैं और वो हिमनद है वो पीछे जा रहे हैं। भूस्खलन, भूक्षरण, भूमि कटाव, नदियों के द्वारा धारा परिवर्तन की घटना हो रही है। और इसके साथ साथ हमारी जो बाढ़ के कारण रातों तबाही हो रही है और हमारी विकास योजनाएं उससे प्रभावित हो रही है। और एक तरफ से देखें तो हमारी आर्थिक, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक और संस्कृति के भविष्य में प्रश्न चिन्ह लग रहा है। आप पिछली शताब्दी की बात छोड़ रहे हैं, इसी शताब्दी में 2000 में एक साल जो हमारी ब्रह्मपुत्र है, जो और 2017 2000 में दोनों नदियाँ पौखलाई थी और उससे जैसे सियांग कहते हैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश में। तो सियांग में जब सियांग नदी पौखलाई तो वहाँ पर बताते हैं कि 48,000 परिवार उससे प्रभावित हुए, 33 के करीब लोग मारे गए और भूगोल तक वहाँ का बदल गया। इसी प्रकार सतलज में हिमाचल प्रदेश, हरियाणा में उसका दुष्प्रभाव पड़ा। बागीचू लेक के बारे में आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि 2003-4 में जो कि तिब्बत में बना था और उसके कारण हमारी जो सतलज है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, उसके कारण पूर्व सूचना के कारण लोगों को तो सावधान किया गया था, लेकिन तो भूमि का और लोगों का जान का तो नुकसान नहीं हुआ, लेकिन तो लोगों की संपत्ति थी उसका भारी नुकसान हुआ। 2008 में आपने सुना होगा कि कोसी में, बिहार के कोसी नदी में अपना कोस्ट चेंज कर दिया 35 किलोमीटर और कोसी ये तो बिहार की बात है, हिमालय की बात है, क्योंकि कोसी नदी है जो पंचकोशी है वो सब हिमालय से, नेपाल हिमालय से और तिब्बत हिमालय से निकलती है और वो सिल्ट आई वहाँ से, क्योंकि वहाँ पेड़ काटे गए, उसका प्रभाव कोसी पर पड़ा। कोसी बैराज 17 जिले नेपाल में है और उसके कारण वहाँ 4 जिले तो पूरी तरह से दुष्प्रभावित थे। मैं एक महीना वहाँ यात्रा पर गया था तो तब भी खेतों को खलिया पानी वहाँ भरा हुआ था। तो ये सब एक विचार है। आपने सुना होगा 2010 में खरदुंगला पास जो अपने लद्दाख में है, वहाँ से 41 मिलीमीटर के करीब बारिश आई और उस बारिश के कारण जो लद्दाख में वो नाला पहुँचा उसके कारण कई लोग मारे गए थे। ये सारा दुष्प्रभाव हुआ। 2013 के बारे में आपको जानकारी है कि न केवल केदारनाथ में हजारों लोग मारे गए या लापता हुए, इसके साथ साथ हमने तो पूरे उत्तराखंड की यात्रा की, रुद्रप्रयाग, द्वारिका ऊपर का इलाका, उत्तरकाशी और इसके साथ साथ चमोली और पिथौरागढ़, ये बागेश्वर, ये 5 जगहों का ऊपरी इलाका है। सब जगह क्योंकि केदारनाथ में तो 10,000 के करीब लोग मारे गए या लापता हुए और जगह 10-10, 5-5 लोग मारे गए। अपने पिथौरागढ़ के इस दिशा में हम लोग को आम गाँव के लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। अलग अलग स्थिति में आज स्थिरता है और जगह तो सरकार को और संस्थाओं को ये भी सोचना चाहिए। आज मैं जो महसूस कर रहा हूँ पूरे देश में, और मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी पत्र लिखा है और उसका बहुत ही जवाब दिया था कि ऐसा संस्था होना चाहिए। यहाँ पर वैज्ञानिक के कार्यक्रम बैठे हैं, वो उनके वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा ये तो कहा जाता है कि देश से पीछे जा रहा है, लेकिन उसके अंदर माने ट्री लाइन पर कैसा प्रभाव पड़ा, इसके अलावा जीव जंतुओं पर कैसा प्रभाव, नदियों पर कैसा प्रभाव पड़ा, हमारी खेती बाड़ी पर कैसा प्रभाव, इस प्रकार का भी अध्ययन होना और एकीकृत रूप में। तो इस प्रकार का संस्थान मुझे पता चला था कि पिछले बार 2008 और 10 में स्वीकार हुआ था और 2020 में DST ने उसको बंद कर दिया। तो ये आज इसकी नितांत आवश्यकता है। इसी प्रकार हिमालय में जो गड़बड़ी हो रही है, उस गड़बड़ी को कार्यान्वयन माने उसमें सुधार लाने के लिए कोई ऐसा विभाग नहीं है कि ग्लेशियर पीछे जा रहे हैं, वैज्ञानिक कह देते हैं, वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट कह रहा है कि ग्लेशियर पीछे, लेकिन उसका निदान कैसे हो और उसमें क्या करना चाहिए, तो कोई ऐसा विभाग। तो हमने ये भी निवेदन किया है कि पर्यावरण मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत हिमालय का एक ऐसा विभाग होना चाहिए। इसके अलावा अभी पर्यावरण मंत्रालय में एक छोटा सा विभाग है समझिए, लेकिन वो असहाय जैसा लगता है। तो इसलिए वो अलग से विभाग होना चाहिए जो कार्यान्वयन करे, जो गड़बड़ियाँ हो रही उसमें सुधार कैसे, क्योंकि आज देश में बहुत सारा नुकसान इसमें हो। इसके अलावा पूरे हिमालय के जो हमारे 13 राज्य हैं, इनके विकास को इको डेवलपमेंट के अंतर्गत नीति आयोग के प्रधानमंत्री की अध्यक्षता में या नीति आयोग की अध्यक्षता में, क्योंकि जब मैंने पत्र दिया था तो अपने नृपेंद्र मिश्र जी ने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने बातचीत के लिए बुलाया था, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको तो समय नहीं लगता, क्योंकि उन्होंने शायद प्रधानमंत्री जी से चर्चा की थी। तो उन्होंने कहा कि नीति आयोग के अध्यक्ष की अध्यक्षता में SI को डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड होना चाहिए, जिसमें राज्यों से लेकर के और केंद्र तक, मतलब यह है कि उसमें समय पर साल में कम से कम एक बार चर्चा और चिंतन होना चाहिए। तो यही मेरा आप सब लोगों से, यहाँ पर विषय विशेषज्ञों से, वैज्ञानिकों से, मुख्य रूप से प्रोफेसर पॉल जी से निवेदन है कि इसको अपने उससे इस बात को आगे बढ़ाएं कि हिमालय के लिए इको डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड बनना चाहिए, जो समीक्षा करे आपदा के लिए और विकास के समन्वय करे, क्योंकि आज आपदा और विकास एक दूसरे के पूरक के बजाय विरोधी जैसा प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है। तो वो विरोधी नहीं है बल्कि एक दूसरे के पूरक है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपने मुझे जो मौका दिया आभार।
धन्यवाद श्रीमान आपके आशीर्वचन के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। So now, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha just joined us, Secretary, Disaster Management and Rehabilitation, Government of Uttarakhand. May I request Professor Durgesh Panchi, DG UG Costs, please felicitate and please honor and welcome Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha. May I request Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha on dais to speak a few words for 6th World Congress on Disaster Management 2023.
दायस पर उपस्थित प्रोफेसर पॉल सर, आदरणीय चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट जी, दुर्गेश पंत जी, नेगी जी, आनंद बाबू और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सर्वादरणीय महानुभावगण, 2022 मार्च में मैंने आपदा प्रबंधन विभाग डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट डिपार्टमेंट ज्वाइन किया था। When I joined the department, I thought it would be easy. Whenever something happens, we have just go there, rescue people, do the job, and that's it. When I tried to deep dive into the department, then I realized how difficult this department is, how diverse this department is, and most importantly, disaster risk reduction. आप सबको आज इंटरनेशनल डे ऑन डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन पे बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। जनरली एक अवधारणा है हम सब में कि अगर कुछ होता है कहीं पे तो आपदा प्रबंधन विभाग कुछ करेगा। शायद हम भूल जाते हैं कि ये जो भी करे उसमें आपको उन सारी बातों का ख्याल रखना है जिससे कि भविष्य में कोई दिक्कत ना हो। सारे डिपार्टमेंट को इस बात का ख्याल रखना है। सारे डिपार्टमेंट, जो भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो भी संस्थाएं, जो भी हाउस होल्ड इवन अगर कुछ अपना घर बनाते हैं, कुछ करते हैं, तो उनको भी इन बातों का ख्याल रखना है ताकि भविष्य में कोई दिक्कत ना हो। हम सब जानते हैं देयर इज ए लॉन्ग हिस्ट्री। जब से अर्थ बना है तब से उनका डिफॉर्मेशन, रिफॉर्मेशन चल रहा है। इट्स काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर इन फ्लक्स। और अब जो पेस है उस चेंज का, इट्स इंक्रीजिंग, और हम लोग उस चेंज में हैं। वी आर पार्ट ऑफ दैट चेंज, सो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हाटएवर वी आर डूइंग। डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन में क्या करना चाहिए हमें और क्या किन बातों का ख्याल रखना चाहिए? मेरे ख्याल से इन सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए आप ज़्यादा सक्षम हैं। आई एम जस्ट लर्निंग, क्योंकि मेरा फील्ड नहीं है, बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू लर्न व्हाट इज दिस डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन इज। बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसका कि जो इम्पोर्टेंट है, और अगर हम डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन कर भी लेते हैं, कुछ कार्य कर भी लेते हैं, तो जब भी आप ये सोचते हैं कि हम सब, कोई भी सोचता है कि नो वी गॉट इट रॉन्ग, राइट, अब सब ठीक है, तो उसी समय, उसी मोमेंट ये समझ लीजिए आप गलत है। यू आर नॉट राइट, यू विल नेवर बी राइट एज फार एज अर्थ इज कंसर्न्ड। तो इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि वी हैव टू बी ऑन आवर टोज। हमें हमेशा ध्यान रखना है हम जो भी कर रहे हैं या जहाँ भी रह रहे हैं, क्योंकि चीज़ें इतनी फास्ट चेंज होती है कि हमें पता भी नहीं चलता और चीज़ें हो जाती है। तो नेचर चेंज हो रहा है, हमें रिएक्ट करना है। रिएक्ट करने के साथ साथ अगर हमारे पास नॉलेज है, सो नोइंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। नॉलेज है तो हम ये कर सकते हैं कि वो जो चेंज हो सकता है उसको ध्यान में रखकर कुछ अभी कर सकते हैं तो कर ले। तो वन इज हाउ यू रिएक्ट विद द चेंज, एंड सेकंड इज यू गेन नॉलेज, यू आर्म योरसेल्फ विद नॉलेज अबाउट व्हाट कैन हैपन, क्या हो सकता है। नेचर, हालांकि देयर इज कंप्लीट केओस, आई मीन इट्स रैंडम, इतने वेरिएबल्स हैं कि सबके बारे में आप नहीं प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कौन सा वेरिएबल किस तरह से चेंज करेगा, और एक दूसरे से डिपेंडेंट है, लिंक्ड है। सो इतने वेरिएबल होने के कारण आप किसी भी चीज़ को प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। देयर इज व्हाट इज द वे आउट, आई डोंट नो वे आउट, यू टेल अस क्या वे आउट हो सकता है। ये हो सकता है कि जो भी करें, एटलीस्ट आज की तारीख में हमें, हमारे पास जो नॉलेज है, जो चीज़ें हैं ऑन ग्राउंड, उसके हिसाब से हम बेस्ट कर सकते हैं तो करें। जनरली हम ये करते हैं कि कोई घर बना रहे हैं तो कंक्रीट हो गई और फ्रेम स्ट्रक्चर हो गया और वी आर सेफ। यू आर नॉट सेफ, यू कैन नेवर बी सेफ। कंक्रीट भी कर रहे हैं तो कितना कंक्रीट, किस जगह पे कितना कंक्रीट कर रहे हैं, तब जाकर आप शायद कर सकते हैं। अगर आप स्लोप है, स्लोप पे बहुत ज़्यादा कंक्रीट करके भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं। इट हैज़ टू कंक्रीट हैज़ टू रेस्ट समवेयर, कहाँ रेस्ट हो रहा है। तो ये ज़रूरी है कि हम जो सराउंडिंग्स है उसका ध्यान रखें। जितने वेरिएबल्स के बारे में हमारे पास जानकारी है, उन बातों का ख्याल रखते हुए अगर हम जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जो भी कर रहे हैं, उसके बारे में करें तो शायद हम सेफ्टी की तरफ बढ़ सकते हैं। नॉलेज काफ़ी आगे निकल गया है। साइंस हैज़ वी हैव कम क्वाइट फार इन टर्म्स ऑफ नॉलेज। अगर हम 20 साल पहले की बात करें, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे पास जानकारी नहीं थी। आज हमारे पास जानकारी है। इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है क्या उन जानकारी का हम उपयोग कर रहे हैं। जो भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, वेदर इट इज़ एग्रीकल्चर और वेदर इट इज़ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और जो भी, शायद हम उस जितना नॉलेज हमारे पास जिस स्पेस से बढ़ रहा है, हम अपने आप को, अपने स्ट्रक्चर, अपने कार्य करने के जो प्रोसेसेस हैं, उसमें उस तेजी से हम बदलाव नहीं ला रहे हैं। अगर हम आज देखें फॉर एग्जांपल PWD डिपार्टमेंट, जब मैंने पूछा क्या आपके पास कोई जियोलॉजिस्ट है, कोई जियो टेक्निकल इंजीनियर है, तो नहीं है। तो हमें जो नॉलेज हमारे पास जो बढ़ रहा है, साइंस प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है, उस हिसाब से अपनी प्रक्रियाओं को भी हमें चेंज करना पड़ेगा। देन वी कैन अगर हम कहीं ब्रिज बना रहे हैं, कहीं पर रोड बना रहे हैं, कहीं पर कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, तो शायद उन सारे नॉलेज का हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। अदरवाइज वी आर सिंपली एक डायरेक्शन में सोचने से नहीं होगा। और हम आज ज़्यादातर केसेस में हायर लेवल पे देखें तो काफ़ी इस्तेमाल होता है, काफ़ी हम यूज़ करते हैं डिफरेंट नॉलेज का। लेकिन जैसे नीचे जाएंगे, जैसे नीचे जाते हैं लोअर लेवल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट की तरफ, तो वहाँ पर नॉलेज का इस्तेमाल हम नहीं कर पाते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ लैक ऑफ मैन पावर और एक्सेस टू नॉलेज। वो नहीं रहने के कारण नहीं कर पाते हैं। नाउ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज किस तरह से उन नॉलेज को हर लेवल पर हम लेकर जाएं, और ताकि जो स्थिति है, जो नेचर का जो उनका जो प्रॉपर्टीज़ है, कैरेक्टर है, उसके बारे में नीचे तक एक काइंड ऑफ सेंसिटिविटी और सेंसिटाइजेशन बढ़े, जानकारी हो, ताकि वो जो भी करें बातों का ख्याल रखें। समटाइम्स लोग काम कर देते हैं, लेकिन कुछ उनके स्तर पे मजबूरियां होती है जिसके कारण दे कांट कीप द बैलेंस। वो नेचर के साथ जो बैलेंस रखना चाहिए वो नहीं रख पाते हैं। नाउ इट इज़ अप टू अस कि हम किस तरह से उनकी जो लोगों की जो सिचुएशन है उसको हम कुछ कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में, ताकि उनके लेवल पर भी जो बैलेंस रखने की जो उनका ये होना चाहिए वो उसमें बढ़ोतरी हो। हिल्स में हम देखें, हिमालय जैसा आदरणीय चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट जी ने कहा कि हिल्स में किस तरह से हिमालय फ्रेजाइल है, हिमालय किस तरह से रिफॉर्म जो बनने के बाद कंटिन्यूअसली उसमें चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, और हम हिमालय पे अगर रह रहे हैं तो हमारा दायित्व है कि हम उसकी जो प्रकृति है, उसका जो नेचर है, उसका ख्याल रखें, और अपने आप को अकॉर्डिंगली जिस तरह से हिमालय बिहेव करता है, अपने आप को उसी के अनुसार हम अपने आप को ढालने की कोशिश करें, तब शायद हम नेचर के साथ एक बैलेंस रख पाएंगे। और जो टेक्निकल टर्म्स हैं, रिस्क रिडक्शन, जस्ट ए नेम। बाकी आप अगर हम पुराने नॉलेज, ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज सिस्टम को देखें तो काफ़ी काम लोग करते थे और नेचर के साथ बैलेंस बनाकर रखते थे। दे डिडंट नो एनीथिंग अबाउट रिस्क रिडक्शन, बट दे यूज्ड टू लिव विद नेचर। सो इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि चूँकि आज हम काफ़ी एडवांस एक रूप ले रहा है हमारा जो डेवलपमेंट पैराडाइम है, तो जब हम एक काइंड ऑफ डिफरेंट लेवल पर लेकर जा रहे हैं, तो हमें नॉलेज का इस्तेमाल करके और जो भी काम कर रहे हैं उसको करना पड़ेगा। तो मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, आगे काफ़ी टेक्निकल सेशन है जिस पे कि हम चर्चा करेंगे विभिन्न बिंदुओं पे, विभिन्न एस्पेक्ट्स पे, जो DRR पे जो यूज़ हो सकता है नॉलेज और किस प्रकार से यूज़ हो सकता है। समटाइम्स ये DRR में हमने समझ लिया कि क्या है, लेकिन कैसे यूज़ करना है शायद वो हम नहीं समझ पाते या हम उस पर ध्यान नहीं देते हैं। तो व्हाट से ज़्यादा हाउ एंड वाई इम्पॉर्टेंट है उस पर भी हम चर्चा करेंगे। और जो आगे हमारा दिसंबर तक, नवंबर एंड तक जो प्लान है, जब कल्मिनेट करेगा हमारा ये कांग्रेस, उस समय तक पूरे प्रदेश में हम एक अवेयरनेस जनरेशन का एक मैसिव प्रोग्राम हम चलाएंगे, ताकि स्कूल लेवल, लोकल गवर्नमेंट लेवल तक हम इसको लेकर जाएं कि किस तरह से ये डिजास्टर कह सकते हैं एक नेचर का एक रूप है और हमें तकलीफ होती है, तो किस प्रकार से हम नेचर को काम करें, नेचर को उससे ज़्यादा छेड़छाड़ ना करें, उन बातों को हम लेकर जाएंगे और नेचर के साथ रहने का एक संदेश जन जन तक पहुंचाएंगे। ये हमारा मेन फोकस है, मेन हमारा उद्देश्य है। और इसी के लिए ये कार्यक्रम हम अभी से इसको लेकर चल रहे हैं, ताकि जब कल्मिनेट करें तो जन जन तक पता चले कि ये डिजास्टर क्या है, क्यों होता है, इसको कैसे हम इसके जो हार्मफुल इफेक्ट्स हैं उसको कम कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind and informative session. Thank you. Now it's time to welcome our chief guest for inaugural address. You please help me, ladies and gentlemen, in order to welcome on stage Professor Dr. Vinod Paul, member नीति आयोग। आइए जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विनोद पॉल जी का।
धन्यवाद। नमस्ते, गुड मॉर्निंग। मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टेड श्री चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट जी, रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर रंजीत कुमार सिन्हा जी, श्री विलियम अब्राहम जी, प्रोफेसर दुर्गेश पांच जी, आनंद बाबू जी, श्री R.K. निकी जी, distinguished academics, scientists, officials, pioneers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be here at in Dehradun, in Uttarakhand, Devbhumi, in the lap of Himalayas, to be part of discussions and deliberations on prevention, mitigation, response to disasters. In particular, in today's proceeding, we focus on health aspects. Very grateful to the government of Uttarakhand, very grateful to USCDC and all of you for the kind invitation. बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से माननीय भट्ट साहब ने हमें जो 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट है उसकी जो थीम है माउंटेन इकोसिस्टम कम्युनिटीज को बड़े सुंदर रूप से उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया हमारे सामने इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ आवर स्टेट एंड अदर हिमालयन स्टेट्स ऑफ इंडिया इन पर्टिकुलर। और श्री सिन्हा जी ने उसको एलैबोरेट प्रैक्टिकल सेंस में कुछ हमें आइडियाज दिए हैं, आइडियाज जिनको कि हमें अपनाना है, क्योंकि the situation with regard to disasters seem to be going from bad to worse. We believe it is triggered by climate change, and honored scientists are here. So the likelihood of more disasters appears to be inevitable. Earthquake, tsunami, cyclones, extreme weathers, heat wave, floods, drought. And then we are also alerted by Pansab, pandemic. and health consequences, which of course is the focus of deliberations. So very honored to be here on 30th of October, the day which marks the disaster prevention, disaster risk reduction theme for the world. I wish the very best for the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management, and clearly with the theme on mountain ecosystems and communities, Uttarakhand and Dehradun is the most apt place. So this event will bring into focus something which is so important for the world, but so much more important for our own nation, having a whole, our crown, our Mother India's crown is all mountains. So look forward to that meeting. And in today's context of the pre-conference event focused on public health emergencies and disaster management, again is a very apt theme that has been picked up. We are well aware that G20 declaration talks about this particular aspect, talks about climate resilient health systems, and also talks about low carbon health systems. So there is more specificity that's now emerging through the discussions. In this context, let me also remind, Himachal saw quite a bit of disaster the last few weeks ago. And I belong to Himachal, I can relate to many of the things that were stated from the podium already. Yes, indeed, this region is really unstable and there are worries. And I, as a school child, I was telling Pansa, I, as a school child, have memories of lingering memories of people who had seen or experienced, or their families had experienced, the 1905 massive earthquake in the Kangra region. And I remember vividly as a school child the devastation which was still there, because in houses, unbuilt houses, the devastated fort, Kangra fort, would give you a very eerie and very sad feeling. So yes, I also particularly relate in this context. But coming back to the issue of health emergencies, and let me now take the discussion in that direction. There will be additional challenges for health. We are aware that our nation has experienced increase in annual mean temperatures. It is a situation which is in some sense better than the world average, but we have experienced as much as 0.62 degrees rise in the last 100 years, the last century. And this is particularly so for the maximum temperature which has risen, where it has risen to the tune of 0.99 degrees centigrade, and minimum has risen somewhat less. So the higher range, the maximum has gone up to 0.9, the minimum went up by 0.24. The predictions are in the next phase of our lives, at the end of 21st century, we will experience somewhat accelerated rise in temperature. We will be like the rest of the globe, which was not the case in the previous century, and expected to rise anywhere between 1.1 centigrade to 4.1 centigrade. There are more accomplished scientists and colleagues who can elaborate on this, but just to set the stage, that yes, we are experiencing a very fundamental change in the climate being experienced by us as India. For climate change, the issue is also that those who are responsible for climate change are not the only ones who are suffering. In fact, people who are suffering much more are those who did contribute comparatively less to the greenhouse gases. And this is the irony of the situation. And the climate consequences, the disaster consequences tend to affect families and communities who are poor and with less resources. This is the paradox that we have to live with. The ones who contribute more are less liable to suffer, and this is the situation that we have to accept. As a consequence, as has been stated, there will be floods. And in that regard, the World Bank report tells us there will be floods primarily in all the three systems, the Indus system, the Ganga system, and the Brahmaputra system. So North will experience that for obvious reasons. The coastal flooding will also take place, but there will be also heat waves, clearly heat waves, and that has a profound consequence to health. Floods also have a consequence indeed. And heat wave will be experienced again in the plains, the northern plains of India, Bihar, UP, West Bengal in particular. So we have to be mindful. Heat waves will themselves affect the health, but heat waves will also bring in illnesses such as diarrheal disease, undernutrition to the fore, and vector-borne diseases which follow typically, the cycle, heat cycle, rains, and then you get the vectors and so on. Likewise, it is expected that there will be setbacks potentially when there are such external challenges, unpredictable challenges. Our own progress in terms of health system strengthening, health SDGs, our task will become tougher to deliver those services because there will be a distraction, just as the pandemic was a disaster and a distraction, so we have to be bracing up for that. Mental health risks are being particularly talked about in emerging from the health emergency, but also emerging from the disaster itself, which is an event which affects everybody's mind and body. New viruses emanating from animal kingdom could come in. Viruses which are not, pathogens which are not supposed to be in this geography and meant to be only there may start appearing where they don't belong. Some unknown pathogens may emerge out of the cold storage of the glaciers. In multiple ways, health consequences are going to be generic, related to the disaster per se, and how we handle and respond to that, the point that have been made already in terms of health emergency. But there will be unique types and different types of epidemiology that we may have to deal with. I may also bring to your attention that health system itself contributes to the greenhouse gases. It is estimated that 5% of the greenhouse gases emerge from health systems globally. Obviously much more in those places where health systems are intensive care oriented in particular. In the US, the contribution of greenhouses coming from health systems is as much as 9% of the overall greenhouse emissions. And why does this happen? Because in the intensive care settings and high intensity tertiary care systems, we consume a lot of electricity. We consume a lot of energy by itself. Then there are anesthetic gases. Then we use disposable materials. And then, of course, one part is that we may not be disposing of, or we have difficulty in handling the biomedical waste, which has its own consequences in terms of antimicrobial resistance and pathogen spread, etc. We have to keep in mind. So we have to be mindful of the fact that our health system has to be, as stated in the G20, health climate resilient, but also in some sense low carbon. And we have to start that discourse in the presence of our colleagues from CDC, in the presence of academics, the health scientists, and so on. There is also a thought to be given, just to touch on that point, that we are also now into the discourse of climate engineering. Again, very eminent colleagues are here. But just to put that point in the discussion, solar radiation management systems and technologies, which includes reflective aerosols to reduce the solar emission, solar energy coming to the earth. Planetary shading is being talked about. CO2 removal technologies will have to be thought about with CO2 capture, direct capture, or through ocean systems, or through enhanced weathering techniques which uses nanoparticles and so on. The short point I'm trying to make is to start triggering discussion in the course of this event that is coming up, but also the fact that such measures may become necessary for our own nation, because our nation has to see a very fast growth trajectory. Our industry has to flourish, agriculture has to flourish, jobs have to flourish. We are on a high in terms of our growth. toward Viksit Bharat by a certain date, not too far, 2047. And when we do that, we are being in some sense made more responsible in terms of our resources to make us climate compliant, shall we say, or climate resilient. And that would mean thoughtful, rational use of our resources and strategies which are smart strategies which our nation has to lead the world. I also bring here the very fundamental discussion that is going to be a part of our discourse, already being stated, is the role of communities. The Honorable Prime Minister has talked about local resilience through local participation. At the heart of the strategies, our national strategies, will be a Jan Andolan, to which the reference has already been made by Bhatt Sahab in a very eloquent way, and his life reflects the Jan Andolan to address and prevent disasters. Therefore, we have to be moving in the direction of thoughtful approach to preventing disasters, preventing the consequences of climate change, preparing holistically through engagement of people, through engagement of the health system, through engagement of all the other sectors. And in doing so, we have to be rational and be scientific. In the context of pandemic, the war against pandemic, what was the main weapon that the nation used and the world used? We used science and technology. Ultimately, the war was won through science solutions, specifically vaccine, but also diagnostics, also the PPEs that were needed at some point, and drugs and so on. So science and technology has to be leveraged for addressing the consequences of disaster management, preventing, परहेज की बात करी सर ने, परहेज कैसे करना है, बचाना कैसा है. A scientist, I call therefore for a science and technology response toward prevention of disaster, mitigation of disaster, response to disasters, and in particular for public health emergencies and disaster consequences and solutions related to the public health system. With these words, once again, my gratitude for the opportunity, and I look forward to the deliberations, and very congratulate the government of Uttarakhand, in particular the Honorable Chief Minister, for bringing forth this discourse to Uttarakhand and indeed to all of us as stakeholders. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for this very wonderful inaugural address. Please, round of applause for sir, first of all. Thank you. So before we proceed for the vote of thanks, as we all know, we are here for 6th World Congress on Disaster Management. And not only manage disaster, also to save our motherland. And as a symbol, we are distributing these plants. I would like to request Professor Durgesh Panji, please, with the symbol, please felicitate our chief guest, Professor Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog. And everybody, I would like to request you all, please help me. This is a symbol to save our Mother Earth. Now I would like to request Professor Durgesh Panji, please felicitate our guest of honor, Padma Bhushan Shri Chandi Prasad ji. Now please help us to welcome Mr. William Abrams. Also help us to welcome Dr. S. Anand Babuji. And now Dr. Ranjit Sinha ji. Now R.K. Negi ji. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Durgesh Panji, for helping us to distribute the symbol. Now proceeding towards the vote of thanks. Before we proceed, एक बार फिर से आप सभी का आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी ने अपने व्यस्त दिनचर्या से समय निकाला और यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए। You made this conference more meaningful, more memorable for all of us. Can we just, clap hands for ourselves? Thank you. Now I would like to request R.K. Negi ji, DIG, Additional CEO, USDMA. Please come on dais for the vote of thanks. Please help me to welcome R.K. Negi ji on dais.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Reverend Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Chief Guest, Reverend Padma Vibhushan Sri Chandi Prasad Bhatt, eminent environmentalist, Dr. Abraham, Dr. Babu, Dr. Ranjit Sinha, IAS, Secretary Disaster Management and Rehabilitation, Government of Uttarakhand, Professor Durgesh Pant, DG UCAST, and all honorable dignitaries. Those are available here. Those are the part of this August gathering, and the members from all the media fraternity. On behalf of this WCDM conglomerate and the working committee, I sincerely thank to our chief guest and our guest of honors and all the dignitaries, those have been the part of this whole journey, and those are dwelling upon this very important aspect of this disaster management and the pertaining issues, all these tangential issues. I would like to accentuate upon, under the aegis of our visionary Honorable CM Sir, we all trying to put all efforts as a WCDM, the committee, to put all these things into the global perspective, where the technology, nature, and all kinds of endeavors, those are put together, and there's a perceptible change. You can feel it, a paradigm shift from a disaster-prone state to the disaster-resilient state, where everything is in a proper manners, and we are just trying to put all things in the perspectives, in the pan-continental aspects. At the same time, I would like to thank all these the organizations. Those have said they are the participants, plus at the same time जितने भी हमारे मीडिया के यहाँ पे बंधु बांधव हैं, उनका भी मैं तहे दिल से आभारी हूँ कि वो लोग इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को और जो आने वाले जितने भी हमारे प्रोग्राम्स होंगे, जो कि कल्मिनेट होगा WCDM में, जो उसका जो मेन जो प्रोग्राम है 28 नवंबर से लेकर के 1 दिसंबर तक, उसको सुदूर स्थित जो भी जनमानस है उसको रिमोट पार्ट तक ले जाने में जो हमारी मदद करेंगे, मैं आप सभी का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। और एक बहुत अच्छा इसके बारे में चर्निंग जो कि अभी आने वाले समय में जो हमारी समय सारणी बनी है, उसके माध्यम से हम पूरे जनमानस में पूरे एक ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव के साथ में सभी को जोड़ने का प्रयास करेंगे। मैं पुनः चीफ गेस्ट महोदय का और अपने गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर्स का और मंच में जितने भी आसीन हमारे डाइट के मेंबर्स हैं, ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स हैं, सभी का बहुत तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Jai Hind Meghi ji, or dhanyavad. Thank you for this wonderful session. So ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed for the tea break, let me tell you, after the tea break, we have 3 important sessions. We're going to start with technical session, that will be panel discussion. After that, special session, lessons for Himalayan ecosystems. And after the lunch break, we will be having concluding session, that will be key takeaways and way forward. So now, please enjoy 10 minutes break for the tea networking. And Yeah, please after 10 minutes please reassemble. आप सभी से मैं अनुग्रह करूंगी 10 मिनट के बाद आप सभी यहाँ पर हॉल में उपस्थित हो जाएं. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the first panel will be after the tea break. That's innovation to build capacity from community to decision maker. I request all the panelists, please be here for the session along with the moderator, Professor Dr. Vinod Paulji, member Niti Aayog, our panelists Dr. R. Rajesh Kumarji, Dr. Vinita Shah, Mr. Shriram, Himanshu Chauhanji, Dr. Rajiv Sharma, Dr. Madan Gopal, Dr. Madhur Ji. So I request all the panelists and moderator, please be present in the hall in the next 10 minutes. Thank you and enjoy the break.
Dr. Madan Gopal ji from National Health System Resource Center, Dr. Madhur Niyal ji हैं एम्स ऋषिकेश से, Dr. रीमा पंत एन एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट, और प्रोफेसर आर प्रदीप कुमार जी हैं जो डायरेक्टर हैं CSIR सेंट्रल बिल्डिंग रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट उनकी से। आप सबसे निवेदन है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें ताकि हम जल्दी से जल्दी इसको शुरू करें और फिर जी बैठिए। इसको हटा दीजिए। हाँ ये नहीं अगले वाला। हाँ आप बैठ जाइए। हेल्थ जो है वो बहुत ही क्रिटिकल एलिमेंट है ह्यूमन लाइफ का और बेसिक नीड भी है। और उत्तराखंड जैसे राज्य में जहाँ पे हमारा आपदाओं के साथ चोली दामन का साथ है, वहाँ हमें पब्लिक हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत ज़रूरत है। इसमें जो इनोवेशंस हो रहे हैं उसका लाभ दूर दराज के क्षेत्रों में जो हमारे काश्तकार महिलाएं बच्चे हैं उनको कैसे मिल सकता है, क्या हम कैसे क्या कर सकते हैं सरकार की तरफ से, कम्युनिटी की तरफ से, ताकि एक उम्दा स्वास्थ्य का वातावरण बने। वर्ल्ड हैज बिकम अ ग्लोबल विलेज, हेल्थ रिलेटेड डिसास्टर्स impact the whole world, which we have already seen during COVID. Individual health and then community health is most important. Therefore, it's a key priority for a state like us, ours. How can we create an ecosystem for public health? What are the innovations in capacity creation through inclusive connect between communities and decision makers? हमारे पास representatives हैं community से भी, decision makers भी हैं, तो एक बहुत इंक्लूसिव डिस्कशन इसमें होना है। तो मैं इस डिस्कशन की जो चेयर हैं आदरणीय विनोद पॉल जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि इसका मॉडरेशन करें और इसको आगे बढ़ाएं। सर यू कैन स्टार्ट प्लीज।
नमस्ते, गुड आफ्टरनून। प्लीज एक बाहर मैसेज दे दीजिए कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्कशन शुरू हो गई है। ऑर्गेनाइजर्स अलर्ट कर दीजिए। So, Dhanyavad, we are now into the first session, plenary session, which will focus on how to develop, build and sustain public health emergency and disaster management workforce in India, and how to build capacity from community to decision maker. हम इस पे practical बातों पे focus करेंगे, and I'm joined here by Dr. Reema Panchi. A big hand. Namaste ma'am, thank you very much for joining. Environmentalist हैं हमारे उत्तराखंड से. I'm joined here by Dr. Vinita Shah जी, हमारी DG हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तराखंड में. Dr. हिमांशु चौहान हमारे जॉइंट डायरेक्टर हैं और हेड हैं IDSP कार्यक्रम में, नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल. मेरे लेफ्ट में बैठे हैं, उनके साथ डॉक्टर मदन गोपाल बैठे हैं, रिप्रेजेंटिंग द नेशनल हेल्थ सिस्टम रिसोर्स सेंटर. Earlier he was very distinguished colleague for many years with me. I'm very happy to look forward to having Shri R.K. Negi Sahab when he joins. Welcoming Dr. Rajiv Sharma. Welcome Dr. Sharma. Thank you very much for joining. CDC आपका role बहुत important है. And I'm pleased to join Dr. Professor Pradeep Kumar sir. धन्यवाद sir for joining. Thank you very much. So very eminent panel, and we will try to excite important discussion and hopefully have an opportunity for interaction. But let me begin by requesting Rajiv, आपको मैं कहना चाहूँगा, आपने इस कार्यक्रम को कोऑर्डिनेट भी किया है, आप क्लियर हो कि एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या हैं. तो may I give you about 4 minutes to set the stage कि issues क्या हैं, ये public health emergency disaster management का connect क्या है, और ये capacity की जो बात कर रहे हैं, why is it so important and what have we learned. So brief intervention in the first cycle from all of us, then we'll have one more round thereafter, which will be more specific. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chair, Professor V.K. Paul. So the discussion of this panel discussion topic, developing, building and sustaining a resilient public health emergency and disaster management workforce in India. The development, construction and sustainability of a resilient public health emergency and disaster management workforce in India, as we all gather here on this International Day of Disaster Risk Reduction Day, we must recognize the pressing need to address the growing global incidence and intensity of emergencies and disasters that affect every nation, including India. Factors such as population growth, urbanization, rapid transportation, environmental degradation, climate change have significantly increased our vulnerability to interconnected disaster and public health risk. So the second part of this is the public health preparedness and competence. In light of these challenges, preparedness and competence in responding promptly and effectively have become paramount. Safeguarding our communities and our ecosystem requires building capacity at various levels, from communities to the policy makers or decision makers. It is imperative to enhance the comprehensive capacity of our workforce, infrastructure and system to successfully advance and execute global, regional and national frameworks, including the SDG Sustainable Development Goal, Universal Health Coverage, Sendai Framework for Disaster Reduction 2015 to 2030, and also International Health Regulation 2005, including Climate Change Agreement, and most importantly, our Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction, among others. Additionally, the recent G20 presidency, India took a lead, and the priority areas where Honorable Prime Minister has identified. How important is integration with various sectors? In response to the lesson learned, National Institute for Disaster Management and National Center for Disease Control and USCDC country office have come together and collaborated on a unique initiative. This collaboration has given us a rise to a 5-tiered approach to public health emergency and disaster management. So what is the 5-tier approach regarding the capacity building from community level to the decision makers or the policy levels? The 5-tier approach is dedicated to enhancing capabilities at all levels, from local community to policy-making bodies, to ensure synergy and collaboration among all key stakeholders. It aligns with the Niti Aayog and Government of India vision of whole of government to whole of society approach. In preparing for and responding to emergencies and disasters, the 5-tier encompasses the tier 1 is the community level, the community capacity building for village and community members, like developing the community emergency response team and community emergency management team. Those are the first sufferer and as well as the first responders. The second tier is the tactical level, which targets to the frontline workers. It includes all, I would say, diverse sectors, including health, disaster, Panchayati Raj institutions, local bodies, law enforcement, as well as community. The third tier is the operational level tier. Again, this is the mid and senior level officers, which targets district and state level functionaries. So this tier starts from local level at community, as well as the tier 2 between community and block, and tier 3 is between block to district and district to the state. The tier 4 is strategic level capacity development initiative, in which state and national level program managers or program officers who are working in public health emergencies or epidemic preparedness, their capacity will be developed. And the last tier is the 5th tier for sensitization of the policymaker or decision makers regarding public health emergencies. I would like to also emphasize, sir, mentor and mentee concept. In the whole capacity building initiative, one distinctive aspect of PHEDM framework is the incorporation of mentor and mentee concept. The mentor and mentee relations is cornerstone of the capacity building. In public health emergency and disaster management, it involves transferring knowledge and expertise from experienced mentors to the mentee. Mentors offer their experiences, insight, and wisdom to facilitate the learning and development of mentees. The concept is invaluable instrument for ensuring sustainability of the capacity building initiatives. In conclusion, I would like to share here that while Tier 3 has been successfully piloted in Tamil Nadu, validated in Uttarakhand, because Uttarakhand is the first state where this initiative has been started, and followed by implementing in the Rajasthan, and partly it is covered in Gujarat. And we would like to also mention that the other tiers are already in pipeline, like Tier 1 and Tier 2 and Tier 4 and 5, and will undergo pilot testing and nationwide implementation. In conclusion, sir, the journey to develop, build, and sustain resilient health workforce in India is ongoing. It is a collective effort, and mentor-mentee concept plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of disaster management and public health emergency response in our nation, and also supporting our regional or neighboring countries. I would also like to mention here that any disaster, any health emergency, the most important part of the response is saving life, saving human lives. So therefore, the health component in the disaster response is very critical and very important, and integrating and developing public health workforce is also important in addition to the disaster preparedness and response. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you very much. You have pioneered this approach in a structured way, and you outlined the process. May I now request Dr. Imam Manji? You heard a certain way of trying to build capacity and to make presence felt at the community level. How do you react to this approach? And what would be your big ideas and how to educate the communities? Please, over to you.
With your permission, sir, good afternoon to everyone present here, and good afternoon to all the panelists. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yes, like I heard Sir speak about all the 5 tiers, and I think that what is most important, because we all know that nature is very indifferent. So whenever disasters happen, whether it is a medical disaster like COVID-19 that we saw, or it could be an earthquake or a volcano somewhere, or a tsunami, it will not look at people who knows or who doesn't know, who's to suffer and who's not to suffer, but it comes together. So I feel like you said the first responders are the tier 1 people. That is the most vulnerable group, I feel, and those are the ones that need most awareness. I have been here and I've been an educator, and of course because I teach environment science, so I understand that it is very difficult to make people believe the fact that environment is changing, the fact that environment can be very cruel and harsh when it comes to, because we all live in a very comfortable city life. So this becomes very difficult, sir. But once you encounter the reality, like it happened in 2013, and I would like to give that example here to explain why awareness and sensitization and community work is so important. 2013, when this disaster in Kedarnath happened, there were so many people who lost life. And one of a person I know, because she was my student, was also with her family. Because we've been training those girls in our school for many years in how to develop life skills through adverse conditions, she was able to steer through with her parents. Her father being a diabetic and having no medicines for 5 days, you can understand how difficult it must have been for them. But it just happened and they steered clear. And what she could gather, of course she had a lot of post-traumatic syndrome. She suffered for a long time. But the kind of education and the kind of awareness she was infused with all these years slowly did help her to overcome that disaster. So that is why I feel so that a large scale should be taken in, where a lot of people should be involved in community engagement specifically for disaster awareness and how to escape and what should be their first reaction time. Because by the time if suppose this building shakes now, I do not know how many of us would know what to respond or how to respond immediately. And that is where it happens, especially when we are talking today, where the theme of today's Disaster Resilience Day is bridging the inequalities. On one hand, we have people who are in the hills, in very difficult areas. And on one hand, we have people here, we are talking about SDGs, we are talking about climate resilience, and those people. So awareness has to be bridged into those both people. They know how to escape because they run up in the mountains. We understand what climate change is. So I think we need that kind of bridging where both understand both the things, because when disaster will come, both these things will become important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very well stated. Big hand to Madam, please. Taking cue from Madam Pant, I come to you, Dr. Madan, because you represent the National Health System Resource Center, which is the hub of the knowledge hub and action hub for our health workforce. Our ASHA workers, ANMs, even Anganwadi workers for that matter. तो ये जो बात हुई कि सबको जुड़ना है, फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर्स कम्युनिटी है, हमारे हेल्थ वर्कफोर्स जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है और उसका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में सिस्टम बना है जिसको NHS आसिक और आप उनकी परिभाषा, उनका रोल क्या समझते हो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में? ओवर टू यू.
Thank you, sir. It's a great honor to be panelist where you are chairing the session. One of the important things which has been mentioned is how to have a tiered system of capacity building. During the COVID time also, you remember, sir, one of the challenges we faced was how to build capacities, how to create awareness among the frontline workers who are the cutting edge for any of the responses, and how to see that this capacity is for the strengthened and enhanced. It's not that only when you do the training, you have to see that the capacities are continuously enhanced. We do have an army of around 1 million ASHA workers. They are the people who are from the community. They act as a bridge between the system, and they usually bring the community to the system and see that the utilization of the system happens. The second tier, apart from ASHAs, in the health system is the health workers. That's the second part, which I say almost around 3 lakh health workers would be there. These are rough estimates, but they form the core of the outreach activities for the public health services. as in your inaugural address, sir, you have mentioned about the system needs to be prepared for the climate change and the other things. And one of the challenges which in the coming days, which is going to happen, is the effect on the health system due to climate change. Are we ready to, are we having capacity to handle this thing? The other things, the natural calamities, which the disaster and the other, they are already putting in efforts to build capacities. We have to see that how we link and make aware this kind of workforce which is there. And it should not be restricted to here only. As we have made efforts, we have tried to create volunteers at the panchayati levels during COVID times for providing relief and other services, for operating the oxygen concentrators and other things. We have made efforts, sir. We have to see that how these efforts which are being made to the tiers which they have identified, how this tier identification and how to build the capacities of this tier and link it with the health system. That's the area I think a lot of work would be required in the coming days.
Okay, thank you. I now turn to Professor Pradeep Kumar ji. आप ये जो चर्चा हो रही है, कम्युनिटी कैपेसिटीज की बात है, फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर्स की बात है, ग्राउंड लेवल पे कम्युनिटीज की बात हो रही है, इसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए आपकी गाइडेंस क्या होगी हम सबके लिए, प्लीज?
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, I'll start with our country's economy. So, which is right now at 5th stage. Very soon we are going to take the position of 3rd. So that means huge infrastructure investments are going to take place. Now, at one side we have threat of disasters, and on the other side we are embarking on huge construction activity and structures. Now, when it comes to disasters, any state you take in the country is facing like multiple disasters, be it landslides, earthquake, flood, cyclone, thunderstorm, fire, etc. So in disaster management cycle, there are 6 like items, that is prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, rehabilitation and reconstruction. As we all know that DM Act came into force in 2005, and at that time there is a paradigm shift. So this paradigm shift is like shifting from relief-centric approach to response-centric, relief-centric approach to mitigation-centric approach. So that means what proactive measures we have to take. So unless until we like invite public participation in it, so it is very difficult to manage the disaster, because like public is demanding the infrastructure, and when infrastructure is not safe at all, if public is not demanding safety, then like entire mechanism has to struggle a lot to cater to that without the demand. So the demand is very, very important. So we have to grow from bottom-up approach while continuing the top-down approach also. So presently disaster management is becoming a top-down approach. So we have to focus on bottom-up approach. So then how do we achieve this one? So we have to activate like our like school education system, where through parent-teacher meeting, you put a seed there, and also our community center. So wherever we can catch hold of public, and also people who are working in disaster management, we have to create a kind of celebrity status to that people. So presently for this like conference also, we are taking the help of a stalwart in this area, like who was a public figure, Shri Amitabh Bachchan ji. Like that, people who are working for disaster management, we have to create such kind of awareness among public that, okay, what is this person famous for? So then only next generation people will become resilient, because we have to make first people resilient to disasters. Then only they start demanding it. Unless until there is a demand, we will not have a proper mechanism. So these are my views, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Pradeep ji. Thank you. Now I turn Himanshu to you. We heard the contours of how community is to be prepared, to be involved. Suna, experience suna. Now, when you're looking at a responsibility at a macro level, state or in our case, from your case, nationally, how do you see preparedness for health emergencies linked to disaster management? What would be the big picture policy program approach that the national government is thinking about? Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'd like to start with the role of the disease surveillance program that we have and how does it fit into the larger scheme of PHEDM, which is the theme of today's workshop as well. Sir, we are all witnessing this conflict in the Middle East, and we are often hearing about that Iron Dome system that's so much in the news. Sir, our surveillance system can be equated currently with that system of we have a system where we are detecting threats on a real-time basis, and I'm proud to say, sir, that the Government of India has created a system wherein we have real-time, event-based, case-based surveillance system in an electronic format, which many countries in the world do not have. So with that system in place, the disease threats which can lead to disasters, as we have seen in the COVID times, and the other part of it is the disasters leading to public health emergencies, which happen so very often. So, sir, at the national level, the three organizations which have the mandate, the National Institute of Disaster Management, looking at the disaster management perspective, the National Center for Disease Control, which is responsible for public health emergencies, and the Centers for Disease Control, US bringing in the international perspective. So they've come together with this unique concept of public health emergencies and disaster management. So the idea is to learn from disaster management principles, which is a more evolved science, which can be termed as the big brother in this particular setup, and try to have those principles inculcated into the public health emergency workforce. So in our surveillance system, we have 250,000 plus reporting units who are reporting on a real-time basis, on a daily basis. So we want to learn from the principles of disaster management and bring it to the side of public health emergency. So in the event of a crisis, when it unfolds, the disaster management and the public health emergency management workforce can come together and we can move ahead. Sir, the last part of it, I'd like to submit that this approach is unique in the sense that it starts from the community level and goes up to the policymaker levels in the form of advocacy packages. So wherever we implement these programs, one of the outcomes is that the program leaves behind a trail of resilient communities and stronger systems which are well equipped to deal with both disasters and public health emergencies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinita. I come to you now. You are the leader of health profession, public health system in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand has seen difficult situations, responded very well. We also faced pandemic, we also faced other disasters that we are referring to this morning. आप इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं कि पब्लिक हेल्थ की प्रिपेयर्डनेस जिले के लेवल पे, स्टेट के लेवल पे, लीडरशिप के लेवल पे, स्टेट की हेल्थ लीडरशिप के लेवल पे कैसे हो और कम्युनिटीज के साथ कनेक्ट कैसे हो, इसके बारे में आपके जो विचार हैं वो समक्ष करें।
थैंक यू सर। सबसे पहले मैं इस पे ये बताना चाहूँगी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग इज कोऑर्डिनेशन, and by coordination from state level to district level to periphery is important. Second is important is response time. If in medical every minute is important, so timely reaching the place is very important. And thirdly is the minimum the person there should not be overcrowding, and the adequate staff should be there, but not too much and too less. That is very important. We have to plan for this. And first responders are very important in suppose for CPR, first 4 minutes are important. And if we train the communities in basic CPR, then golden time of 4 minutes we can achieve, and we can save many lives. Till the medical team reaches there, we should think on this, that suppose there is a road traffic accident,
if from community level we have first responder and they can give them basic CPR, then they can save their life. We should think on this also. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you. I would now return for the second cycle for brief responses. Then we go to the audience for a few questions. प्रदीप जी आपसे शुरू करना चाहूँगा. आपने बात करी कि तैयारी होनी चाहिए, तरह-तरह के डिजास्टर्स हम आ रहे हैं. हमने एक देखा है कि साइक्लोन का जो डिजास्टर होता था हमारे कोस्टल एरियाज में, उसमें पर्टिकुलरली उड़ीसा ने एक रास्ता दिखाया कि आने दो साइक्लोन को लेकिन हार्म नहीं होगा. अगर हम इस तरह की मैक्रो लेवल की प्रिपेयर्डनेस की बात करें, अर्थक्वेक के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, फ्लैश फ्लड्स के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, तो आपकी क्या एडवाइस होगी या क्या पाथवे होगी? वी मे नॉट बी डूइंग इट टुडे, बट व्हाट इज द लर्निंग दैट वी हैव फ्रॉम नो लॉस ऑफ लाइफ प्रैक्टिकली फ्रॉम साइक्लोन्स टू अदर डिजास्टर्स दैट यू रेफर टू?
Sir, my response would be for that is, like as I told in my earlier talk, that we have to make aware of what are the impending disasters which that area is going to experience. So wherever the person is living. So that should be made integral part of the upbringing of the person. So unless until we start, because like for a person, the education is almost 20 years taking place. So during that period itself, we have to make people aware that what are the possible disasters which are going to occur in that area, and he or she is in a better position or in terms of shelter, in terms of workplace, wherever that person is. So this is easily done if we do an take an integrated approach in our education itself. And whatever is the gap which is remaining, that we can take up in preparedness. So as disaster management cycle says that like prevention, mitigation, preparedness. So these are mitigation centric approaches. So we have to focus on these three important things. Okay. Otherwise, after the event, there will be huge loss.
रीमा पांची, जैसे हमने सुना माननीय भट्ट साहब ये बात कर रहे थे कि परहेज, तैयारी, अब वो बात उभर के आ रही है. एक कैपेसिटी की बात है, लेकिन हमारी कम्युनिटीज में बिल्कुल ग्राउंड से जुड़े हुए हैं हम आप, तो उसमें किस तरह की प्रिपेयर्डनेस आप चाहेंगे कि हो वहाँ पे? एक तो अवेयरनेस की है, उसकी बात आपने करी. इसके अलावा कौन सी प्रिपेयर्डनेस हो, और ये भी देखें आप अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य में हेल्थ के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वो कैसे प्रिपेयर्डनेस आप एनविसाज करते हो एज अ सिटीजन एंड एज अ लीडर?
थैंक यू सर. सर ये तो लाइक आपने भी कहा कि एजुकेशन तो ज़रूरी है ही हमारे लिए, पर क्या हो रहा है कि कई जगहों पे एजुकेशन इज लाइक अ गैप, यू नो, लाइक if we were to take a survey right now for the word SDG, I think everybody would know what SDGs are. But how exactly they have to be implemented in our daily life, that is the catch. And that is where education, like you said, how community should be engaged. So I think, like ma'am said, CCR is important. So having that basic first aid education, और having that basic understanding that what if, देखिए अगर कोई गांव है, गांव में लास्ट टाइम चमोली में अर्थक्वेक आया, चमोली में अर्थक्वेक आया, जब तक देहरादून से कोई वहाँ पहुँचेगा, बीट SDRF और NDRF व्हाटएवर, जो आदमी वहाँ फंसा है या जो केदारनाथ में फंसा है, अगर उसको यही नहीं मालूम कि उसके आसपास में इतना खाने पीने का सामान है, तो भूखा मर जाएगा सर. But today, if you take a survey, people do not know where wild food plants are. So if you are living in near the wilderness, if you are surrounded by that, then first aid, understanding of first aid, understanding of wild food plants, because खाना सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत है हमारी. How will we respond to it? हमें सबसे पहले जिंदा रहने के लिए खाना ही चाहिए. Then the other thing is that we also need to know what, like you said, mitigation methods. रात को सोते वक्त most of the earthquakes that I have experienced in Dehradun is in the middle of the night. So if I have to get up in the middle of the night and it's an earthquake, so I should be prepared to know what am I doing. Am I running out barefoot only to realize कि 5 घंटे बाद मुझे ठंड लग गई and I am not able to stand? Am I running without food and water and I left my medicines inside? Have I left my dog? Did I take water? Very basic things. But I don't think we would remember them. Did I take my phone or my digital wallet or my passport? Because I don't have an identity the minute I move out of 5,000, 5 lakh ki bheed hogi. How will I identify myself as a human being there who belongs to a particular state in a particular town? I don't have my Aadhaar card with me because I forgot. So I think these are very basic things, sir. But you know, we all know it theoretically, but these things should be regularly, practically taught to children so that they are alert and aware. ये चीज़ सर हम इज़राइल में देखते हैं अभी. They all have bomb shelters. So first siren, they know what to do.
तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे ऐसे तैयारियां हमारी होनी चाहिए.
Exactly. So अभी हो रही है, थोड़ा हम कर रहे हैं, we are in a baby step. But I think looking at the climate change and disasters, we need to quicken it, we need to enhance them. That's what.
So now I come to Rajesh and then to Himanshu. अगर ये चीज़ों को आप देख रहे हैं और इस डिस्कोर्स को आगे बढ़ाना है, तो in terms of scientific and technical inputs, क्या सुझाव आपके होंगे? For example, आपसे मैं पूछूंगा अभी, उसके लिए क्यों कर रहा हूँ कि बीमारियाँ डायरिया ना हो, डिजास्टर हो जाता है जब तक सेवाएं प्राप्त होते हैं, पानी इकट्ठा हो रखा होता है, गंदा हो जाता है फ्लड के बाद. ऐसे इसी तरह से आप because you are organizing, taking steps in terms of the specific organizations at the community level. What would be the other steps that you would like us to know, which are so important to ensure that lives are not lost, mobility remains under control, and then we buy time and go back to normal life? To you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this. This is really important question. Dr. Rima Pant has also mentioned about the community preparedness part. If any community interventions we plan related to the scientific interventions, हम लोग यही सोचते हैं कि community को कुछ पता नहीं है. If we go to the traditional and scientific knowledge of community, there are plenty of evidences, and I would like to refer, and SRC has also developed a document. So they have clearly mentioned many communities before any emergencies, whether it is health or even disasters. There are community level warnings, means community knows what is happening, not in the real future, but in the current future. Like rainfall is an example. If rainfall community see, they come to know, yes, now there might be some plague cases. So this is one of the early warning signs from the community. There are many traditional community interventions. Those are scientific. Recently, there was a national platform for disaster risk reduction, in which Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned and he has emphasized during Earth and Kutch and Bhuj earthquake, there are few villages where there was no human death, no animal death, even their houses were intact. Because those were community designed houses. And they have seen in this town area, those were designed by our engineers. And most of the houses they fall down and many lives we have lost. So we need to learn from the community what are the traditional methods which are in scientific way. And scientists and our academic community can make more research on that part कि इसको हम और अच्छे कैसे कर सकते हैं, how to help the community. And last चीज़ मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि community level पे with tool and technology are available, how we support the community, identifying their risk and vulnerability, mapping their resources, mapping their capabilities, क्योंकि community के पास बहुत सारी capabilities होती हैं, and sometimes they do not know कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं. So in a scientific way, using the scientific tools and technology, measuring their risk and vulnerability, and identifying those risks and rating those risks. उसके बाद preparedness की हमें ये risk top 10 risk ये हैं कि like flood is one of the example. So flood के लिए हमें before flood, during flood and after flood, what preparedness we need to do, and how we prepare the community. So the only way to prepare community, it's not to plan for the community, but planning with the community. Unless they are not part of the planning process, then our efforts are not in that direction. Thank you.
डॉक्टर चौहान, आपसे मैं जानना चाह रहा था कि एक तो एक्यूट डैमेज होता है, चोट लग रही है, फर्स्ट एड चाहिए, कैसे पहुंचे, क्या तैयारी है हमारी, लेकिन फिर टेक्निक फिर और तरह की चीजें आती हैं कि कॉलरा स्प्रेड हो सकता है, मीजल्स आउटब्रेक हो सकती है. इसके ऊपर क्या आप आज फ्लैग करना चाहोगे?
Thank you, sir. So I'll carry forward where the previous speaker left, the community resilience and the strengthening of community is one very important. That's a common theme which is emerging with all the speakers pointing towards it. Sir, having functional and reliable early warning systems is the cornerstone of every disaster risk reduction system or intervention. So we're looking at the outbreaks that you mentioned, sir, what can be done about those outbreaks at the community level so that they do not turn into public health emergencies or disasters at a later stage. Sir, we have a system where it is ready, it is to be launched at the national level whenever the policymakers think it is appropriate, wherein the community becomes a part of the reporting system. They can, so if there's water collection near my household and it can lead to vector breeding, they can report it. They have that avenue of joining, becoming the eyes and ears of the surveillance system, making it stronger, making it taking it closer to the ground where action is supposed to. Then we recognize those early warning signals and the system is supposed to act on it. So that's one input that I would like to share, sir.
Q. Dr. Madan Gopal. One aspect that becomes important is health communication, and the other one, in a way related, but by itself a very big issue, is the mental health stress. इमीडिएट एक होता है, लेकिन उसके बाद में जो सफरिंग हो चुकी होती है उसके ऊपर होता है. तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि as you know, a think tank for the health sector, community और वो भी community से connected है NHRC, इसके बारे में आप किस तरह के काम करना चाहोगे, अगर किया है या फ्लैग करना चाहोगे, लेकिन कैसे हमें इस पे काम करना चाहिए?
It's a very important question, sir, because as the importance of early warning signs has been emphasized, that's very important. You have mentioned about the example of cyclone. Now we are having early warning signs that in 48 hours the cyclone will be landing, so that the preparedness time is there. If a preparedness time is given for the health-related aspects also, then obviously the mental agony and other things which are as a result of this natural catastrophe and the changes which are happening, that can be avoided. Second thing is we do have some enabling environment at the community level. Community level initiatives have been taken for addressing the mental issues. At the community level, there committees and other things which have been formed. So that can be activated for having the posting. But at the time of any disaster and catastrophe, the main thing is they want that somebody is there to look after them. That's why the importance of the state and the governance comes in. That kind of assurance has to be there. If something goes wrong, we are there to help you out. And that's a paramount important. And rest of the things, the moment they have this feeling, they will automatically help the administration others and they will support them. That's the prime importance.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita. आपसे मेरे दो सवाल हैं. एक तो ये है कि जिन एरियाज में इस तरह का डिजास्टर है, अर्थक्वेक है, फ्लड है, ये जैसे हम फेस करते हैं, उसमें जो हमारा हेल्थ स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वो ताकतवर हो, रेजिलिएंट हो, ये बात बार-बार आ रही है, ताकि वो कोलैप्स ना हो. इसके बारे में आपकी क्या सोच होगी, क्या एफर्ट हम कर सकते हैं? और सेकेंडली, जब ये होगा तो फिर हमें जनता को कम्युनिकेट करना पड़ता है हेल्थ के बारे में. हम हेल्थ के ऊपर कह रहे हैं, जनरल डिजास्टर नहीं कह रहे हैं कि हेल्थ के चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, तो उसको आप रिप्रेजेंटिंग द गवर्नमेंट किस तरह से देखते हैं? कम्युनिकेशन विद पीपल, दैट मींस मीडिया एंड पीपल, नंबर 1, एंड नंबर 2, आर वी प्रिपेयर्ड टू हैव, लेट्स से, earthquake resilient health system?
सबसे पहले तो मैं इसमें बताना चाहूँगी कि जहाँ पे सपोज डिजास्टर हो रहा है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमको ये ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि फ्यूचर में जो हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं वो इस तरह के होने चाहिए कि जनरली ये देखा जाता है कि हॉस्पिटल अगर गिर गया तो फैसिलिटी कहाँ से मिलेगी. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल नए कंस्ट्रक्शंस में हमें सबसे पहले देखना चाहिए कि बिल्डिंग इस तरह की हो. सेकेंडली हम एचआर पे आएंगे तो वहाँ पे एचआर शुड बी ट्रेन्ड, उसकी ट्रेनिंग पूरी होनी चाहिए कि किस तरह से वो डील करेगा, और वहाँ पर जो भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं और जो भी फैसिलिटी हैं उससे फ्रेंडली होनी चाहिए. थर्डली वहाँ पे एक टीम होनी चाहिए जो पब्लिक के एजुकेशन के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. और सेकेंडली मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी जहाँ तक कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन की बात है, रिसेंटली हमने डेंगू के उसमें देखा है कि डेंगू का जो अभी आउटब्रेक हुआ था उसमें किस तरह हमें कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन ने वो किया। मैं ये चाहूँगी कि जब हम लोगों ने कम्युनिटी को एजुकेट करना स्टार्ट किया और सोर्स रिडक्शन पे उनको कहा कि अगर पब्लिक रेनी सीजन में ये देखे कि वाटर कलेक्शन ना हो और लार्वा वो खुद अपने लेवल पर कहे तो शायद डेंगू का इतना स्प्रेड हमें नहीं होता। तो ये कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन और एजुकेशन का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जिससे हमें फ्यूचर में कई डिजीज में सोचना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
From our side, we have given our inputs. I'm happy to invite two questions in the interest of time. एक इधर से और एक इधर से। पहले इधर से पूछते हैं and then we will try to conclude. Yes sir. दोनों सवाल पूछ लो, उनका भी पूछ लीजिए। हाँ। और एक इधर से पूछेंगे just to bring in any other perspective.
Hello.
Sir,
myself is Professor Narendra Singh. I am Vice Chancellor Graphic Era Deemed University. Sir, actually we are talking about short-term, how to overcome the issues of public health for short term. What is our planning for long term? For example, in the morning we are talking about there will be shortage of water, there is change in temperature, because it is already proved that in the coming years, when there is change in temperature, the nutritional properties of all the products, even B complex vitamin synthesis in our major crops is going to be changed. For example, if the temperature is high, at the time of synthesis of starch, it changes starch and protein proportion in our products, right? And what happened in the coming year, now we have about 230 million people who are undernourished, right? And now, in next 30-40 years, it is already FAO has expected our population will increase by 300 to 400 million, the present population of America. Now, do we have anything to keep in mind our strategies, how to overcome the issue of shortage of food? Second is the available of nutritious foods. Third is, there is a lot of pressure, like in the morning you have given a very good idea, greenhouse gases, right? Now we need to have bioethanol production, and we have to blend up to 30%, like government has already mentioned, the bioethanol in our gasoline. And for that we also need to produce maize, and for maize we have to produce bioethanol. So I suggest that there should be a theme or some detailed issue related to nutrition, food security of the people. So this type of strategies need to be discussed.
बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है सर आपका, और ये obviously very critical to our nation. इसके ऊपर कुछ काम हो रहा है. I'm sure you may also be a part of it. Point taken, because the food security is under threat, but India will respond to it. We'll find a way. And this should be an important theme. इधर से बोलना चाहेंगे?
Thank you, sir. I am Dr. Grishan Joshi. I am Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority, the senior consultant. Sir, first of all, I would like to one suggestion for this whole panel, because we are talking about how we can reach to the community. The most important part is the risk communication, because while we are talking about the cyclone and other things, because they are slow onset disaster, but here in Himalayas, the disasters trend are totally different. In fact, earthquake will happen here, so we need the early warning, which can be very 15 second or 20 second time we have at that time. So the risk communication is a very integral part, and we have to be prepared for the such kind of disaster in this region. So we need a very robust early warning system. In fact, for these kind of disasters which are coming very quick. Secondly, sir, regarding the health infrastructure, we have done one study in the World Bank project also. So, madam is here, and we have done I think more than 90% of the PSC, CSC vulnerability assessment we have done. And we have found the 15% of the buildings, they are totally on the damageability grade 5. I think Director CBRI is also here. So we should look after these things very critically. And if these structures should be not to be repaired or maybe not retrofitted, then should we make the new structure for this kind of thing. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much. With these comments, let me conclude with just thanking our esteemed panelists for their very insightful interactions and for the new emphasized point that have been made by the audience. My takeaway from this discussion, because a lot more needs to be discussed, I think I would say the first takeaway is कि इसकी चर्चा और बहुत ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए. ये सबकी जिम्मेवारी है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी, स्टेट की, disaster management in general and all the other aspects, but then health related, health के consequences और health को mitigate करना और health system को prepare करना, इसकी चर्चा और बहुत ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए. I'll do my part, having learned today first hand to even do more than what we are doing. दूसरी चीज़ उभर के आई है कि कम्युनिटी की प्रिपेयर्डनेस फंडामेंटल इंपॉर्टेंस की है, और जो छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स अभी लिए हैं इसको पूरे स्केल पे जाना है. और हमें दिखाई दे रहा है कि इसमें एक छोटा सजेशन है सबके लिए कि विलेज लेवल कमेटी जो होती है हमारी विलेज, चाहे वो पंचायती राज के अंदर हो या कोई एक स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए. उसकी बात करी जानी चाहिए कि जब भी कुछ होता है तो एक सिस्टम है जो कि लागू हो जाए, उसके फोन नंबर पर उनका रोल्स थोड़े डिफाइंड हो कि ये काम करेंगे, क्या ऐसा सोचा जा सकता है. सेकेंडली ड्रिल्स की बात होनी चाहिए. एक प्रैक्टिकल बात कह रहा हूँ कि हॉस्पिटल में ड्रिल होती है, किसी कई तरह की हम करते हैं, फायर की करते हैं फॉर एग्जांपल, लेकिन कम्युनिटी में ऐसी ड्रिल्स हो, क्या ऐसी चीज़ भी क्या हम जोड़े जो बाकी पैराडाइम आपकी है. लेकिन अबव ऑल एक ही बात उभर के आ रही है कि डिजास्टर को फेस करना इज अ होल ऑफ सोसाइटी and whole of government और shall we say whole of sectors responsibility है. और इसको जोड़ने के लिए जो इसकी अवेयरनेस है वो सब सेक्टर्स में जानी चाहिए. and one sector which is not here today but is very important is the private communities, the private sector. उनके पास ताकत भी है, सोच भी है, रिसोर्सेज भी हैं, आइडियाज भी हैं. मैं चाहूँगा कि उसकी तरफ भी हम जब इस मूवमेंट में जुड़े हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को, नॉट ओनली हेल्थ सेक्टर बट प्राइवेट कम्युनिटीज, NGO सेक्टर्स, फॉर प्रॉफिट सेक्टर, उनको भी जोड़ा जाए क्योंकि वो भी सफर करेंगे और उनके भी दायित्व है. तो with these words I am grateful to all of you for the government of Uttarakhand for the opportunity for me to be amongst very luminaries. Thank you very much.
सौभाग्य है कि आप हमारे बीच आए और इतना जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है उसके ऊपर इतना विचार विमर्श हुआ. मैं समझता हूँ कि पॉलिसी फॉर्मेशन और उसके एक्सक्यूशन में इनसे बड़ी सहायता मिलेगी और समाज के साथ समाज को उनको तैयार करना है, उनको एजुकेट भी करना है और उनके साथ उनके इनपुट्स का भी हमको ख्याल रखना ताकि उनकी अपेक्षाओं के अनुसार एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बने और हेल्थ का ढांचा मजबूत हो. उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं आप सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूँ. नेक्स्ट सेशन इज on lessons for Himalayan ecosystem, क्योंकि हम पहाड़ी राज्य से हैं और दुनिया का करीब 25%, एक चौथाई जो हिस्सा है वो माउंटेनियस है. खड़े खड़े एक ग्रुप फोटो. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अगला जो सेशन है लेसन्स फॉर हिमालयन इकोसिस्टम, उसमें हमारे जो विद्वान हैं उनके विचार हम सुनेंगे. प्रोफेसर NVC मेनन साहब, उनसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. प्रोफेसर NVC मेनन सर, फॉर्मर मेंबर NDMA. प्रोफेसर विनोद शर्मा जी, वाइस चेयरमैन सिक्किम स्टेट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी. डॉक्टर कलाचंद सेन साहब, डायरेक्टर वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हिमालयन जियोलॉजी देहरादून, और श्री अनिल सिन्हा जी जो अवकाश प्राप्त वो नहीं है. ओके. मैं सबसे पहले प्रोफेसर NVC मेनन जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो अपना उद्बोधन करेंगे. कम्युनिटी एंड सिविल सोसाइटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts on the involvement of communities and civil society organizations for multi-hazard resilience. So, in 2005, I actually joined the Government of India as one of the founder members of the National Disaster Management Authority. This is 18 years ago. And that time we talked about a paradigm shift from reacting to disasters and looking at strengthening preparedness for disasters. So, and we said that we will also have zero tolerance for avoidable deaths in disasters. So when we see this, actually, we are actually seeing the devastation which is caused by the flash floods, cloudbursts, and also landslides in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, and in many other parts of India. And so we need to prepare ourselves for being better prepared for these kind of emergencies. So what is the context of a multi-hazard risk in the mountain states in the Himalayan region? How do we build the multi-hazard resilience of stakeholder groups? And what is the role of communities and civil society organizations in multi-hazard resilience building? And how do we really strengthen multi-hazard preparedness and also emergency response capacities of the stakeholder groups? And how do we strengthen rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery after disasters? Because we find that recurring disasters like floods which are happening in Assam, Bihar, West Bengal, Orissa, and cyclones, and all that have been recurring, and then people are actually facing it again and again. And you are actually moving from one disaster season to the next disaster season. So how do we really build community resilience? And that is a challenge. And we also look at a few recommendations for proactive multi-stakeholder engagement. So the first picture on the left is what happened on the 4th of October in Teesta 3 in Chungtang. A dam which is built with 14,000 crores outlay was washed away on the 4th of October. Okay, and we saw that this is actually the glacial lake outburst flood, which happened because of the South Loknak lake, the glacial lake which gave way, and it created the impact. This is actually, indicated in many articles in 2021, 2022, that this glacial lake outburst flood is likely to happen. So we have instances of academic writings, technocrats and scientists talking about the possibility of these kind of disasters happening. And we saw the landslides, and we saw the flash floods and the cloudburst and all that in Himachal Pradesh. Last week we were in Himachal Pradesh looking at some of these issues. And I'm very happy that we're here in Uttarakhand talking about this, but then this should go beyond these kind of sessions, and then government officials and elected representatives and the local administration should actually get actively involved in making sure that lives are saved and people's assets and properties are protected. So in terms of looking at some of these, we need to look at what was actually discussed as our common future. The World Commission on Environment and Development, WCED, headed by Gro Brundtland, the former Prime Minister of Norway, and she said that this report, Our Common Future, said sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So when we are seeing depleting groundwater aquifers, we are seeing acute shortage of food grains, starvation, poverty, unemployment, malnutrition, and some of these challenges. I think we are missing the big picture view of how we can actually help humanity to prepare ourselves better. We saw what was actually happening during the COVID-19, and we saw people struggling. People were devastated by the pandemic. Now we need to really look at some of these to understand how we will actually be able to really look at that. So, Barack Obama, the former president of the United States, said that we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it. You know, we need to do something because we are seeing a lot of climate change impacts happening. And Greta Thunberg said that avoiding climate breakdown will require cathedral thinking. We must lay the foundation while we may not know exactly how to build the building, how to build the ceiling. Now, cathedral thinking also is something to avoid designing an aircraft while it's actually flying. You know, while it's actually airborne, you're trying to design an aircraft. So we need to also be very clear that we need to look at anticipatory risk governance and how do we really work on that. So geological hazards like earthquakes, landslides, and debris flows and snow avalanches in the Himalayas, hydrometeorological hazards like floods, flash floods, cloudbursts, glacial lake outburst floods, wildfires, drought, heat waves and cold waves, transportation accidents because of road accidents and boat capsizing, waterborne and vector-borne diseases and pandemics and epidemics. These are all, the multi-hazard risk which is facing many of the Himalayan states. So if you anticipatory risk governance, strict compliance and enforcement of building codes can help in reducing loss of lives in earthquakes and landslides. So those of you who are civil engineers, structural engineers, or geotechnical engineers or seismologists will remember in 2010 there was an earthquake in January 2010 in Haiti. And it happened at 4:53 p.m. on 12th January 2010. And it had 7.7 magnitude and it killed 316,000 people. 316,000 people were killed in that earthquake on 12th January 2010. And on 22nd February there was an 8.8 magnitude. A few days after this first earthquake in Haiti, Chile had an earthquake of 8.8 magnitude at 3:30 in the morning when people are sleeping, and 8.8 magnitude. You can imagine it was 7.7 which killed 316,000 people, and it was in the evening. But this is 3:30 in the morning when people are sleeping, and 8.8 magnitude. And seismologists say that when you have an earthquake of magnitude 7 and a magnitude 8, it is actually 30 times more devastating if you have one magnitude difference between a 7 magnitude earthquake and an 8 magnitude earthquake. So this is 8.8, almost 9. And so it had only 525 loss of lives. And early in the night, when people are sleeping. And this actually talks about the need for greater public awareness on earthquake risk and preparedness through technology-driven solutions which can reduce loss of lives. Now we also have a list of districts and the number of landslides which have actually happened in those districts. For the people of Uttarakhand, this will be helpful to understand that these are all recorded landslides, from the GSI. So this means that basically we need to really look at compliance and enforcement and safety regulations. So we have floodplain zoning is not being observed. We have very weak compliance with town planning bylaws, and we do not have strict enforcement of safety regulations to prevent construction of houses, resorts and hotels on riverbanks. And this has to be really seen, because we've seen this kind of devastation which is happening year after year, in fragile areas. We see that along the Ganges, we see this kind of thing, houses getting washed away, buildings getting collapsing in these kind of flash floods and landslides. So early warning systems and technology-driven solutions to prepare for, respond to and recover from hydrometeorological disasters must be promoted. Zero tolerance to avoidable deaths and disasters is a national vision of the Government of India, but proactive risk governance measures are missing at the ground level. So in the mountain states, we also have transportation accidents which are increasingly claiming lives, and the roads are congested, and violations of traffic rules of ferrying more passengers in public transport, in buses and trucks and so on, are also causing large number of road accidents. So strict enforcement and compliance of safety regulations is required to create a culture of preparedness among the general public. And deaths due to drowning because of boat capsizing is also claiming more lives. So early warning signals of the integrated disease surveillance system must trigger an emergency response saving lives. We had a very distinguished panel which was discussing this just now. And the global pandemic of COVID-19 is the most devastating mega disaster of our lifetime. And we must take this as a wake-up call for strengthening epidemic preparedness. And we know that actually, right now, the Nipah virus in Kerala or the Zika epidemic, Zika outbreak which actually happened, or incidences of Zika in some of these districts, we need to really look at that. So poverty, deprivation, malnutrition, and inadequate access to food security, water security, and energy security is resulting in increased loss of lives among children and pregnant women. So it's very important that we really need to look at the community, and especially the weaker, vulnerable sections need to be protected. And many deaths are vaccine preventable, especially in the tribal belt, and then also in some of the backward areas. We find that even the districts where we have also a large number of villages which are actually very remote and away from access to public health delivery systems. So frugal and disruptive innovations in problem solving through social engineering, promoting incubators and startup ecosystem for problem solving. Problem solving using in the field of disaster management, climate change and extreme events, application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, UAVs and drones, geoinformatics, remote sensing, edge computing, INSAR, PSINSAR and DINSAR. These are all technologies which can actually help you to look at deformations before an event, during an event and after an event. So we have technologies available and we need to really look at that. Whether it is actually persistent scatter interferometry, PSINSAR, or differential interferometry with synthetic aperture radars. These are important. And I actually, while we were having the first session here, I had to step out and then take a call with the government of Kerala. I'm very happy to announce that one of the startup companies in Kerala got awarded from UNICEF Office for Innovation, along with 6 others from a few countries which are actually participated. There were 400 startups from 72 countries which participated in an innovation competition, startup companies, and the startup companies which were selected were from Uganda, Uruguay, Mali, Cameroon, Timor-Leste, Albania, Trinidad and Tobago, and India. So one company from India was also selected by UNICEF as a part of, out of 400 startup companies in 72 countries. So I think we need to really look at technology, we need to really look at solutions, and most institutions are trying to solve today's problems with yesterday's solutions. We need to really look at anticipatory risk governance. And so because we have Dr. Pant here from the Council of Science and Technology in Uttarakhand. I really hope that we will actually see technology-driven solutions being encouraged. And it will be necessary to really look at disruptive innovations, frugal innovations. And I think we have a lot of good practices, and we need to really start sharing ideas and experiences from across other countries also. So in terms of looking at this, I'm told that I should actually conclude. Initially I was told that I'll get 30 minutes, but now it's been reduced to 15 minutes, and so I have to conclude. So I will just try and rush through. I'll leave this presentation copies here. So I feel that this is an opportunity. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, said climate change is a code red for humanity. When the IPCC released the 6th report, he mentioned this, and Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary General, said disasters and terrorism are 2 problems without borders. And we need to really look at trans-border issues. And I'm very happy that we have Professor Vinod Sharma here. Professor Vinod Sharma and me were members of the High Power Committee in 1999, before the super cyclone, which hit Orissa in 1999. And the High Power Committee at that time recommended that the disaster management should be moved from Ministry of Agriculture to the Ministry of Home Affairs. And that's one of the recommendations of the High Power Committee. And in 2001, this was moved from Agriculture to Ministry of Home Affairs. And the reason why it was in Agriculture till 2001 was mainly because during the British times, the disasters in India were mostly floods and famines. and drought. So it was with the Agriculture Ministry. But then now disaster's complexion has changed, and so we have many bigger challenges, and so we really need to look at the Ministry of Home Affairs coordinating that. So I'm very happy to be here and then share some of these thoughts with you. This is actually a matter of concern that $133 billion of support which has actually been provided. We find that out of this $133 billion, only $5.5 billion was invested in disaster preparedness. And for every $100 spent on disaster-related development aid, only 50 cents out of $100 goes in for protecting development from the impact of disasters. And I think we need to really be bold enough and show courage of conviction and then make the change, because saving life is very important. The United States will send an aircraft to save one life, across borders. And we need to be responsible for the life and property of our citizens, and this is my request. And I hope that the 6th World Conference on Disaster Management will come out with some very strong recommendations and make citizens engagement, multi-stakeholder engagement, and help civil society to really come forward. CSOs, civil society. I will also mention that out of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the Asia-Pacific region, SDG 13, which is on climate change, is the one which has regressed from 2015. All the others have marginally improved, 15%. That is according to the report from UNDISA. Out of SDGs, 15% increase from 2015 till 2023 in some of these SDG goals. So Millennium Development Goals failed, Sustainable Development Goals are off track, and they're also going to fail. And I think world leaders need to come together and then do something. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think climate change is a threat multiplier, but civil society organizations are the force multipliers. And so we have some very distinguished colleagues sitting here from the civil society and academia, and I really look forward to continued interaction with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to also call upon the stage Professor Sumit Sen from IIT Roorkee. And while he joins the dignitaries on the dais, I now invite Professor Vinod Sharma ji कि हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें वो climate change and enhanced disaster risks on Himalayan state and what could be the ways forward. Briefly.
Thank you very much. Respected Pantji, my fellow panelists, who are sitting, very learned panelists, Professor Vinod Menon ji, Professor Sen Saab, and my esteemed colleague, who has joined just now. I think since morning, I think the tone is set by our chief guest, Vinod Paul, and he mentioned, the issues, though he was emphasizing only on health, but I think other issues were also raised by him. Then another Vinod came, that is Vinod Menon, and he gave a, perspective about Himalayan hazards, and what should be our approach. And now you are hearing the third Vinod, who is, talking about, that climate change and how it is related with the disaster risk. Friends, I am a student of ecology environment, and I did my PhD long back, in ecology from Banaras. And after that, 72, actually, when Mrs. Gandhi was talking in Stockholm, people came to know about environmental issues and all that, and environment become a sort of subject. But those days, when I did my PhD, nobody was, taker of environment. Thank to Mrs. Brundtland, you rightly said, Vinodji, that Brundtland Commission Report 87, for the first time talking about sustainability, sustainable development, about global warming. Those days, climate change was not that popular. It was global warming. And she wrote very clearly that this will be another, global threat. And people took it very lightly in 87. And now you are seeing the climate change. And when we set up National Center for Disaster Management in Indian Institute of Public Administration, we were very conscious about relationship of environment, development and disasters. And in every session, in fact, I developed the first course for senior government officers on management of natural resources and environment. And we are talking about this management of water, air, soil, these resources, because they are related to the natural calamities. Then I set up, I was very fortunate that I could set up a National Center for Disaster Management, which became National Institute of Disaster Management. And Professor Menon mentioned about the high-powered committee. So we worked for that, and the recommendation of high-powered committee are still valid. It's a Bible actually for disaster risk reduction. In case anybody wants to work in disaster management, they will have to go through the recommendation of high-powered committee. Friends, it is, no research is required that climate change is there. Professor Paul very rightly said that though the temperature, it seems that it is 0.99 or it is 1 degree Celsius, but I think the impact is visible now. Earlier people were saying us, pseudo-ecologist or pseudo-environmentalist and many names, I was here in FRI and one, I will not name him because he got Padma Shri later on, he called me pseudo-ecologist. You guys have no idea about ecology. So I think that was the perception, and people were not hearing about climate change, global warming. These words were, but now you go to villages, you talk to a farmer, you talk to anybody, the climate change is a buzzword because the impact is visible. The economic loss which we are facing, that is another reason. You see what has happened in Bangalore, in Karnataka last year. In one day, several thousand crore loss, and it is an IT hub. And in case this kind of disaster happen in this country, how we will be, Viksit Bharat. And now our Honorable Prime Minister, his vision is that by 2047, Bharat will be Viksit Bharat. हम विकसित देशों में सम्मिलित होना चाहते हैं. A person have a vision, a bigger vision, and in case we really want to contribute it, we will have to reduce risk. And this reduced risk is related to the climate actually. So we have n number of examples. You take any city, you take any, small town. I'm not talking about mega cities. I'm not talking about Delhi, Bangalore, Kerala and all these cities. Now, even in villages, we are facing the impact of climate change. I am Vice Chairman, Sikkim Disaster Management Authority, and we have seen what is going on. We have seen every year the frequency of forest fire increase in Sikkim. We are very famous for cardamom. World highest production of cardamom is in Sikkim. But in last 3 years, the production has gone to 50%. bumblebee, which is the pollinating, agent, their number is reduced because of temperature. Now we are searching solutions. And my idea, because I belong to, Madam is environmentalist, so I don't say myself activist, but I will say that I have little knowledge of ecology, environment, and my teachers, they taught us, about sustainability. So when the Forest Department of Sikkim is talking about reforestation, I'm always pleading that you go for mixed cropping. In case monoculture, you promote monoculture, you will see this kind of impact, and we have seen that enough forest fire, It's increasing. Earlier it was only Uttarakhand, some part of other country, but now Sikkim become very hot spot for forest fire, and it is because of climate change. It's a new disaster which is added in Sikkim. Now this lake, which we are hearing since last 1 or 2 weeks, on 3rd of October, this is, today's newspaper, I'm glad that they could come out with this story, and they could tell us, tell to people that how vigilant Sikkim was, in disaster. We are working on this lake since last so many years. As far as science and technology is concerned, we brought a person from Ladakh. My friend Vinod was there, in Sikkim. We organized a workshop on this lake Sonam Wangchu was there, and Sonam gave us a way that how we can reduce, water level in the lake. We did an experiment which was very costly, but we lay some pipes, and siphoning this water from Lonak Lake to Teesta. And we were very successful. We put, early warning system, and that warning system was actually the monitoring system of the lake water. And from Gangtok, we could see that how, water is behaving. Now, Swiss Development Corporation, these people were also here. And in September, last month only, they visited Sikkim. They visited that, Lonak Lake and Sokocho Lake. And both the places, they tried to put the early warning system. But this early warning system didn't work. Our Central Water Commission, they gave us the alert at 10:27 that the lake burst is already there. And it is Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority's effort that every year we are doing 1 or 2 mock exercise, and this is the reason that all these villages, there are 80 village, town and cities, and the evacuation was so easy that people didn't, do this, hesitation immediately at night when district magistrate, police, gave the warning, and when dam burst, this warning came, immediately, more than 3,000 people, they came out from their houses and they could save their lives. When central team was there last week in Sikkim, they came to know that early warning is a very, very important preparedness. And in Himalayan area, unless and until we propagate this, unless and until we give public awareness, unless and until we involve them, then only government cannot solve the whole problem. So I fully agree with some of the people who are talking about community-based, in fact, community is the main thing. In case you convince them, then definitely they will cooperate with you. And this has happened in Sikkim, and the total death toll is in 2 figures, in 2 digits. Otherwise, it would have been in 4 digits at least. This is the importance. Vinod gave example of other countries, Chile and all that. I think we should give our own examples. Now, India is not that India. Now, India is investing, in disaster risk reduction. I am seeing, I am working in this area since 30, 40 years, and I know how much we have progressed. I know Uttarakhand, which is a state, which is highly prone to everything. You name the disaster, it is there. Joshiji is sitting. But today, I think there is an approach of multi-hazard, preparedness. We are talking, we are having this kind of conferences. I was so glad when two vice chancellors, talked to me. They want to start a course. I remember that myself and Vinodji, we were involved in developing a course in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and we developed a master's course, which is very popular today. And one of the most popular course in this after the social sciences. So I think the state is progressing well, and this kind of conferences, this kind of deliberations will certainly create interest in academia, that in science and technology, because sir, science and technology can play a very important role. And I salute, Panthji, that a DG of Science and Council of Science and Technology, he has taken lead. And we have institutes, world-class institute, Wadia Institute. I always say, not that Sansab is sitting here, we have great respect, for this kind of institution, which is having very big, good knowledge about Himalaya. Friends, I think we should respect science and technology because this is one solution. And in easy way, we should give the information to the community. Central Water Commission, they have given flood maps, long back, 97, they gave for all river systems. For all 14 river basins, they have given the maps that 11.2% area is flood prone. We know how much area is drought prone. We know how much area is vulnerable for cyclone. This is science and technology. Our IMD, I think world class, everybody is having praise for them, that cyclone mitigation or flood mitigation, or I think their information. Our flood forecasting system is 99.9% accurate. Now, only thing required is dissemination of this information. There is a need of that community should listen to these early warnings. They should not hesitate. They should not, we should not use police force to evacuate. It should be like Sikkim, that in the night time, old people, girls, everybody, they came out from the house and they followed the instruction which is given to them. In the night time, it was 12 o'clock. When the warning was given in Singtam, it was 12 o'clock. Because 4 hours, this water from Lonak Lake, from Rangpo, it takes 4 hours. And government of Sikkim used these 4 hours and could save many lives. So I think, friends, there is a need of, in Himalayan system, I fully agree with Panthji, it's a unique system. It's a very fragile ecological system. It is different than the plains, it is different than coastal area, it is different. So I think we should understand the ecology of this place. We should understand the habitat of this place. We should understand the flora and fauna of this place. And then we should make a multi-hazard preparedness plan and involve community in it. My last point is that we have solutions. Now country is progressing so well. I salute to our Honorable Prime Minister. He has launched CDRI, Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. People were very hesitant, but now even today, even United States have joined it. US become co-chair of CDRI. So it is talking about disaster resilient infrastructure. Whatever you are making, suppose you are making a road, suppose you are making a hospital, suppose you are making a school, it should be disaster resilient. And your own country has taken lead So I think each and every state should cooperate with this. Friends, let me tell you that in Sikkim, Vinod Bhai, we in health infrastructure, we have taken CDRI and we are taking help of WHO and all that. We have examined each and every hospital of the state, and now we know that which building is, resilient building and which building is a weak building. So that we can plan that in future, in case there is earthquake, in case there is landslide, which building will collapse. So I think that kind of case study should be highlighted, and each and every state should take benefit of this, disaster resilient infrastructure. It's not a rocket science. Only thing is that each and every one should cooperate, and each and every state should become part of it. Then we can show that the entire India is following the CDRI, and other country will also follow the same. Friends, I'm a professor, but I know that you are waiting for lunch, so maybe some other time I will talk about what we are doing in Sikkim. But in Himalayan area, my thinking is that there should be a separate institution, Himalayan Institute of Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change, and it is need of time. The proposal is already in PMO. They are considering it very seriously, and it can be anywhere because we are all vulnerable. It can be in Uttarakhand, it can be in Sikkim, it can be in, because our problems are the same and solutions are also the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You touched upon very vital points. And I think because this is the prelude to the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management, and we are talking about mountain systems, and through Dehradun Declaration, maybe we'll be able to deliver a message to the whole world that our systems, the story of Sikkim, maybe Ladakh, maybe tomorrow of Uttarakhand, we'll be able to bring in those points. Thank you so much. But we will need institution builders like yourself to continue to guide us. Therefore, thank you so much. Namaskar. Now I invite Dr. Kalachan Singh, Director of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. We are fortunate to have many such institutions of national importance in Uttarakhand and Dehradun, and we salute all of them. They are working so wonderfully for the whole country, and they'll continue to guide us as far as the state is concerned. Ecology first. We'll need very briefly what are your inputs, the guidance for us to move forward. Dr. Kalachan Singh ji.
A very good afternoon. Menanji, Sharmaji, Dr. Sumit Sen, my panelists on the dais. There are so many distinguished panelists as well as delegates of the dais. First of all, I thank Professor Durgespan for organizing this pre-conference before the World Congress on Disaster Management. Very, very pertinent and timely initiative by the Uttarakhand state government. I'd like to tell at this forum some of the important issues, what we can do, what we can discuss, and then what sort of strategy we can build so that at the end of the day, we should be able to build a safe and secure Himalayan states, particularly because wherever you go, the Indian geography is such that we have several magnitudes, several types of disasters in Himalaya. It has been talked about earthquakes, landslides, flash floods, avalanches, and nowadays, under the influence of the climate change, we have been experiencing that cloudburst, lightning, leading to landslides as well as flash floods as well as heavy precipitation that are leading to avalanches. In the G20 also,
we have talked about some of the important issues and challenges, and we all have a great responsibility to respond to that and to meet all those challenges from scientific point of view, technological point of view, innovation point of view, and by having congregation from different sectors, not only from the research institute, from the administration, from the government, from the local people. And if we can understand the root cause, the fundamental causes of all these, definitely there are way forward to provide some mitigation measures. So what we are talking today, we are talking about disaster risk reduction, we are talking about green energy, we are talking about disaster resilience, we are talking about climate adaptability, we are talking about sustainable development, and now we are talking also how we can build a safe and secured Himalayan states, particularly Uttarakhand states and Himachal Pradesh. In the month of July and August, we have seen heavy rainfall because of this southwest Indian summer monsoon, and weak westerly from the Mediterranean Sea. They had a confluence, hit the Himalaya, and made heavy rainfall into parts of Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand, and that led to the flash floods all of us know. This Himalaya, if you look into its origin, till date it is going on, is fully stressed. People have talked about. There are a lot of subsurface processes are going on. Convergence of the Indian plate beneath the Eurasian plate, exhumations of the rocks, tectonics and neotectonics, all these subsurface processes have made the Himalaya stressed and fragile. Above that, a lot of surface phenomena related to erosions, weathering, they are also adding stress to the Himalaya. And the third important thing in the present day, everybody talking about climate change, extreme events. And the fourth important factor that has stressed the Himalaya is anthropogenic activity, is the socio-economic growth we have been doing into the Himalayan state. That are also making some sort of impact. And when you talk about that July-August flash floods, heavy rainfall into the Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, it is not only the climatic factor responsible. There have been anthropogenic factor, there have been geomorphic factor, and some sort of natural phenomena are going on into the Himalayan states. So when we look into disasters, we have to look into all these factors, how they are playing role. So when we talk about anthropogenic factors, what are the factors? We know in a slope region, whenever there will be some sort of constructions, they will also play some sort of load. And when we will expand our urbanization, definitely we will be making some sort of deforestations. And the roots of the trees, they hold that loose material into the slope region. The load of the buildings, concrete material, they also play some load. And the household water coming out of the kitchen, coming out of the toilet, that water also gets percolated into the subsurface. Under the present day climate change, the rocks on the surface, 0.5 to 1 meter, they are weathered, they are very loose debris materials, and if you simply throw that water without proper drainage system, that water will percolate, and they will create crevasses, they will accelerate the path of the sliding, or the mass movement we call landsliding, we call different sorts of phenomena we call. So we have a greater responsibility and education that how we'll be able to sustain this. When we are living into this region, we first should know what we should do, what we should not do. And this is the first and foremost important message if we want to have some sort of mitigation measures against the disasters we have to follow. People have talked about that building codes, that non-exposure of the any other non-exposure to the vulnerable area. So we can map from the geological studies, from the tectonics, from the structural point of view. We understand in a slope region which part is more vulnerable, which part is medium vulnerable, which part is least vulnerable to landslides. We can prepare that landslide susceptibility, vulnerability risk map based on several factors and give to the city planners for the smart city development, for the green corridor development, so that we should be able to know what type of land or what type of constructions, what type of building we should do in the land. So therefore, it will help to provide a land use map. So this is one aspect of the landslides. All of us know that because of this convergence, the lot of stress have been accumulated particularly into the Garhwal-Kumaon region. From the seismological, from the GPS studies, we know that beneath the surface, so much of energy has been accumulated. If all of this energy gets released in the form of earthquake, that not only will make destruction and damage to the Himalayan states, but definitely it will make an impact even to 300 kilometers away to Delhi NCR regions. So are we prepared for that? Or our buildings are such that they are sustainable to the earthquakes? So like that, landslide point of view, earthquake point of view, we need to analyze ourselves, what we have been doing, what we have been learning from each and every event. Each and every event is leaving some signatures for the next generation researchers, for the scientists, what we have learned from them and what we can do next so that we can build the sustainable future. We can have our next generation so that they can have very safe and secure Himalayan states or any other habitation into these regions. Coming to the third point, that last in 2021 February, we have seen that huge rock ice mass avalanche in Rishiganga, Dhaliganga, and that created a huge deluge into the Chamoli regions. So again, what we have learned, and just now Sarma Sahab has pointed out the Sikkim, South Lunak lake, but what are the main factors that has caused partial breaching of the lake and then heavy precipitation in the downstream that has created the reservoir, huge amount of water accumulation into the reservoir, they could not sustain, even they had breached the dam over the Tista river, and consequences we are seeing this impact and impact into the downstreams. So for each and every event, whether it is related to earthquake, related to the landslide, related to some sort of flash floods, avalanches, etc., we are understanding several causes, several factors, and those factors and those causes, if we can percolate further and if we keep in mind because of this we can experience this, definitely we'll be able to build that disaster resilience. What is the motto of this 6th World Congress, that how we'll be able to build a disaster resilient society, particularly into the Himalayan states. So in that aspect, I'd like to tell that in the present day, we have large computing machine, we have advanced algorithms, softwares, we have artificial intelligence and machine learning, and we are doing so complicated work. Even into the Himalayan region is so complex and heterogeneous, we'll be able to build that particular early warning system people are talking about, that early warning against the disasters caused by landslides, caused by even earthquake, caused by avalanches, caused by flash floods, any other things. So I think we have a greater opportunity in the present day scenario. Only thing that we have to comprehend all the process, and then based on the comprehension, we have to go ahead what we can do in terms of building a sustainable goal, in terms of having some sort of secure and safe Himalayan states into these regions. So I will just summarize by telling all these things, that 4 important things we have to bring into feature. That what are the impact of the climate change, number 1. What are the impact of our anthropogenic activities, number 2. What are the impact of changes going on into the Himalaya, the landscape, the geomorphology, and it is the changes of the landscape and Himalaya, changes of the landscape and the geomorphology that control the damage pattern wherever there is a disaster. So if we look into those geomorphic factor, so number 3, and number 4, definitely the natural processes going beneath the surface, happening over the surface. So if we can amalgate all these 4 important factors of natural process, climatic factor, anthropogenic factor, and if we can mix with this, then we'll be able to really build that disaster resilience as well as climate adaptable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are we prepared? If not, then what are the measures that we should take? And for that, we look at Wadia, institute like Wadia to guide us. Thank you. We have another important institution in the state, IIT Roorkee. They have been, they have completed 175 years. And I now request Professor Sumit Sen, because they have just organized a large international conference, iDream, where experts from 18 countries they participated. So what have been the takeaways from that conference, and how can those takeaways be fed into the 6th World Congress for Disaster Management, so that we can come up with something very remarkable, not only for Uttarakhand but for the whole world? Your guidance on that, please, very briefly, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I really want to thank you. I will not take much time. I'm pretty sure all our esteemed panelists have really talked, and they have much more experience than me. My name is Sumit Sen, and basically I'm heading a Center for Excellence in Disaster Mitigation Management at IIT Roorkee. I'm basically by training, I'm a hydrologist. So just to take away some of the lessons which I learned from Dr. Menon, Dr. Sharma, and Dr. Kalachand's talk. So Himalayan, when we are talking about Himalayan sustainable ecosystem, so working only in Himalayas in like almost 10 to 12 years now. So there are major ecosystems what we have in our Himalayas is the agriculture and the forest. And major disasters are also happening in that region also. So what I'm trying to say here is why our agriculture and how the agriculture ecosystem is impacted. That is important to understand. And how does this climate change is also impacting our forests? Though we have a good forest, but we still are seeing a lot of changes and impact which is happening in the forest systems. Be it the forest fires or be it in agriculture, we have seen a lot of migration happening from the local people. Working in Himalayas, I see a lot. We did talk about migration, and we see a lot of barren and fallow lands happening in the villages. We talked about villages are getting impacted. But when we see about the fallow land, which is barren, which is used to be agriculture, now what is happening to that? It is the local species like a pine forest, they have been taking over. So there is a lot of complex system which is happening in our system. So we do not only have to understand the different disasters which are happening in silos. We used to do that. But what is a need of our is what I think all the panelists touched in a different way, that these disasters are happening in a cascading and a compounding way. And that is where we all need to understand how does this avalanche, why this avalanche has really occurred because of the temperature warming. But what will happen when it moves down into the river system? What type of debris flow, what type of sediment it is going to carry? What is the carrying capacity of our river systems? Being a good contributor of the hydropower, but what are the different impacts of the hydropower or the reservoirs on our natural ecosystems? That is also important to understand. We need the power, but also how do we manage that? That is important. So just to quickly brief that, our center, the Center for Disaster Mitigation Management at IIT Roorkee, also our latest center which has been established at LBS-NA, and we do have a center in Uttarakhand of Uttarakhand Landslide Center, ULAMS, if I remember correct. So these type of centers are very, very important in terms of conducting the action research. See, the importance is there is a theoretical research a typical department can focus on, but we do need research in an action more oriented. So there are these centers which are interdisciplinary, which are giving the opportunities for the students who are coming from different departments, for different discipline, but focused on the disaster management, be it a landslide, be it a flood, be it a forest fire, right? We have Professor Ajay Garola here, sitting, the previous head of the Center for Disaster Mitigation. He worked on the forest fire. His students worked on the forest fire. So the idea is how do we really bring out different capacity of our students towards the action research. So what I really want to say in a very few lines is that the action research and is important to take forward and to understand and to implement those. So the 2-3 lines I have written here is, so my request to the administration of the Uttarakhand, or also true for all the other hill states, we should also start thinking about developing the specific fellowships and different educational support for the local student to take up these research areas where the local people, they know, they understand what my community, my village is really facing a problem. They should be promoted. So we need to really think in that direction to bring those local young generation into that research mode. So there is a need of educational program development. We do research from the different implementation agencies also, but there have to be a huge amount of capacity building, training for trainers is required. We do have developed a high quality early warning systems. Our center is running an earthquake early warning system at IIT Roorkee. We are working on the landslide early warning system. But that early warning system might not work, but there is a need also to train the local people who's going to maintain that. So that is important to sustain that early warning system for a longer term. Another area I would like to say here is about we do have disasters happening for a long time in any hill state. They're increasing because of the extreme events. Do we have the data of recovery? So the community has seen those disasters for a long time. How much it took for the local community to recover back? What are the hindrances, what they have seen? And that is, again, an area where our students from the social science, from the centers like different centers in disaster management, can focus on. What is the longitudinal recovery data? How does the community recover back, build back better, right? So idea is to basically, what are the different hiccups that will help the community, the policy to make the better implementation. So in a broad sense, what I see is we really have a lot of learnings from our center, from our disaster which has been happened, but also there is a need of there is still a need where we can increase the science towards the implementation through our young generation. So that is what I would like to stop there with my thoughts on this Himalayan ecosystem part. But as Mr. Prahlad just mentioned that we did organize the PHEDM conference. It was the 13th PHEDM conference supported by the Japanese Society, PHEDM. So what we learned there is basically everyone was also talking about how do we bring the citizen science into it. A lot of learning is local people also knows how to cope up, how to do traditionally when a flood happens, when a dam or a bridge which has been built by the municipal corporation. But they know how do you make a bamboo-based dam, like a bridge, within a couple of days, right? So there is a huge amount. There is a project which was run in Nepal, which was a citizen science-based landslide early warning system. So it's not only science. It is local people can give you a good, great data quickly to develop and to develop your early warning system also. So there is a huge information and learnings are left from the community science, which we can incorporate into our early warning systems. But I think it is a high time to develop towards early warning for all. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Sir, thank you so much. Innovation is happening everywhere and in each of these institutions, and people also themselves, they are no less than institutions themselves. And how can we then, collaborate with much large and create a much larger ecosystem where we complement each other's capability, learning best practices, and at the end of the day, how do we have then a two-way communication with the communities? So therefore, the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management has 3 pillars: innovation, collaboration, and communication. And this is based on that concept of how do we enable communities, and that is the spirit of the mountains. I now thank you for that. So I now invite Professor Durgesh Pant to show us the way forward. It's a huge responsibility not only to make this 6th World Congress on disaster management a grand success, but also to help Uttarakhand position itself on the global map. Sir, over to you.
Dr. Joshi, you have a query. So they're the panelists. Do we have a mic? Can you pass on the mic to him, please? Somebody out there.
It's a very great opportunity that two stalwart of disaster management, Vinod Sharma sir and NVC Menon sir is here, and because I have one meeting after 3 o'clock, so I have one query, sir, regarding the Disaster Management Act. Because, sir, we are doing disaster management since last more than 25 years in this country. And what I'm seeing that, sir, because lots of research, everything is going on. But what are the lacking is the implementation. So we have very good building bylaws, everything is there. But our teeth of these bylaws is not there. So it is very much important, sir, now that our disaster management having some teeth kind of the thing, so that these kind of the haphazard planning and everything can be restricted. Because otherwise, sir, it is not possible. People are changing very drastically. Because we can say, go to the people, we can communicate to the people, we can give lots of awareness. But the only problem is the implementing part. So this is my suggestion that from this committee, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshi ji, and very good question. In fact, we have, an act, it's a very elaborate act, and though it is very old now, 2005, now it is required, sort of amendment, modifications, etc. But you rightly said that implementation is more important, and it is given to the states. For example, state in Sikkim, we have, building code, we have everything, but the only thing is that how to implement it. It's a very difficult job. But now some of these states are taking measures, and slowly it will come in force, I should say. It's a very difficult task. Even in capital, you are not following the building codes. We are not following the norms.
Thank you, sir. So my question is to Dr. Vinod, sir. You just elucidated how the Sikkim tragedy panned out. In this incident, there was the great loss that Indian Army suffered. About the estimated is 75 now. My question is, in the system that you had in place, which forewarned the civilian population, and many lives were saved, was Indian Army integrated? And if not, what is the way forward, and what is the systemic failure that resulted in such a tragedy, sir?
Actually, again, very good query. You know what happened? That near the dam, there is a space, and this space is being used by people for parking cars. And all the army Jawans, which were washed away, they were actually drivers. And all these drivers, they parked their car and sleeping in the vehicle. So that's why, and the dam burst was there. In fact, they were planning to open the gates So one or two people who were doing this thing, they are also washed away. So I think this force of water was so high that there was no time actually. And you know, civilians could be saved because there was time. In 2 hours time, which is very big, the CWC gave warning to everybody, to dam also, to we people, but from Lonak Lake up to the dam, it took several minutes only. And from dam to, Rangpo, it took about 4 hours. So this time difference was there. And second thing is that because of dam burst, and all these drivers and vehicles, they washed out. So this was the reason. Otherwise, warning was there to everybody.
Army, you had an early warning with them, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, happens to be the last leg of this session. Yes, so thank you very much, because we talked about this glove also, something very important. Again, technologies have helped not only in terms of early warning, but in terms of preparedness too. It could have been a colossal loss otherwise, but it has been minimized and mitigated. Yes, of course, there is loss of time. With eventuality, with passage of time, more prepared we are. So definitely loss of time, loss of life further going to be minimized. Thank you very much, sir, because it is all a Vinod session primarily. So we are all, this kind of exuberance is there, because earlier we have, as very rightly, they are still were the pioneers, those who have brought in disaster management, the entire idea and entire this regime of disaster management, brought about these stalwarts who are sitting out here. Needs a round of applause for these people. So it is started with Dr. Vinod Paul. So again, so Vinod is there, and Vinod and Trinity of Vinod, and there is this Vinod, epitome of Vinod is there. So therefore it is Dr. Kalachan. Yes, so it has ended in a good note. Yes, the way forward we got to look up to, because Vice Chancellor of several universities are here. Since we have to organize this, and we are organizing, State of Uttarakhand organizing this World Congress in Disaster Management, and it is the 6th one. So number one is, how prepared are we? So are our institutions, the universities primarily, because Doon University Vice Chancellor was here, she told me all unflinching support is there from the universities. So any Vice Chancellor, maybe if the mic is there, so what kind of support do we expect? Oh, she's there, yes. The mic. Because we have, the way forward we're talking about, yes.
So Devbhoomi Uttarakhand University.
There no disaster, you can use the mic, yeah.
Yeah, so Devbhoomi Uttarakhand University, would be happy to collaborate and participate, and also provide all support to the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management.
Oh, thank you very much.
I would like to share here that around 15 to 20 research papers have also been submitted. A number of them have been accepted. Students and faculty are in the process of further registering there for the conference. So that is one aspect. And secondly, for hosting and organizing the sessions, student volunteers, faculty volunteers, any sort of support the Congress needs, we are there to help you out.
Yeah, for sure, we're going to have a pre-event session also out there. Thank you very much for your support. The Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era Deemed University. Because we are, sir, we are devising it in a way, the way forward, we just charting from our side.
As you are aware that we are going to have a very modern auditorium with a capacity of around 1,500 people and with very sophisticated sound system. And I request you to have an inauguration in our auditorium, and it will be ready in next few days. Second is that I don't know about detailed program has already not been prepared. Like you can also propose.
I can tell you, it's a four-day event, having 50 sessions, 4 plenary sessions, mega event, exhibition, and entire, and people coming from all around, everywhere.
Yeah.
So
we have a good number of buses available. We can also take the responsibility of transportation. We can also.
We know about your capacity, capabilities.
Yes.
So means your support is there with us.
Whatever the responsibility will be given to our university, we will be happy to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, sir, Manan sir.
I just wanted to suggest also that if we can actually have an exhibition of products which are actually in the field of disaster management and climate change. There are lots of innovative products which are actually being attempted by many startup companies in many states in India.
They're going to be
that
there.
would be very useful.
Yes. Not only from this state, but from outside, from international community and startups, we are inviting them. So there they will be. IIT, our premier institution and knowledge partner of this event, please.
Thank you, Dr. Pant. Yeah, so we as a Center for Disaster Mitigation and Management, IIT Roorkee, but as a whole, as IIT Roorkee, we will be happy to support the World Congress Disaster Management. It is our event, it is not your event, it is our event. I'll take that way. And we will be happy here with we have a team here for our faculty. We will be happy to support in terms of connecting and bringing and inviting the international people who have been working in disaster. And also we will be happy to conduct the technical sessions and review the papers. We have already disseminated some information through the ATRIM conference about the WCDM to all our students. We will do our best to disseminate that knowledge more.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Because we are privileged to have about 3 dozen universities in this state and more than 2 dozen central government science tech organizations in this state. So state of about 12 million people, but in terms of per capita and the kind of institutions we have, so that is absolutely, this is fabulous. Vadia Institute, maybe you, as a representative of central government scientific organization, because you two are a partner, maybe you can put in a word, sir. The mic is there.
We have planned for a pre-conference workshop. I'll say basically a brainstorming session at Vadia Institute Himalayan Geology, tentatively in the after 28th of November. Before this event takes place, definitely one day we'll be doing it. What we have thought of to make a brainstorming session on main theme, we have given that Himalayan hazards, way forward, and we'll be covering 4 important aspects related to geohazards into the Himalaya and possible mitigation. Number 1 definitely will be this assessment of earthquakes and its early warning. Second one will be related to the influence of the climate change on glacial hazards as well as glacial lake related hazards, and how we'll be able to provide some sort of mitigation measures. Third important, again, climate change related phenomena related to flash floods and landslides. Fourth important thing, which is very, very important, since we have a lot of mighty rivers into the Himalaya and their incision might be causing some sort of extreme risk into these regions, and we have been doing some sort of fluvial studies into this our institute also. So based on that, we'll have been another sub-theme based brainstorming session on extreme event caused by this, or extreme risk caused by the fluvial system. So these 4 important aspects related to earthquakes, related to landslides, related to glacial and glacial lake, as well as these river incisions or fluvial system will be covering. And we have planned that some of the foreigners are also visiting our institute. We'll take what they are doing in their respective countries. We are planning to have few of them, and many of them definitely will be coming during the mega events planned in the month of November and December. That will be here, what Professor Durgaspant has mentioned. And so in that context, I will be, maybe within a week, we'll prepare some sort of, we have already prepared, but we'll be giving a final step to the flyer, and that flyer will be communicated and circulated in different organizations, institutes, as well as universities throughout the country, as well as we are trying to bring some of the foreigners into the program, because many people, they have done extensive work into the Himalayan hazards from the UK, from the USA, and from the Russia. So we are trying to
bring them on board. Yes, yes. Thank you very much, sir, because this is on behalf of all our central government organizations. So this assurance is something very important for us. And already, since we have already had a couple of meetings with all these organizations, including IIRS, are they there? Dr. Karnatak, and they were there some time back. And Director IIRS and ISRO, so they have all assured fullest possible support. So there they are. And from across the world, there are organizations, there are people, there are experts, and there are practitioners. So maybe Mr. Ray, Dr. Ray, if you want to come in, please. There the mic is. Yeah. From the national perspective.
Thank you, Durgesh. And yesterday we spoke about schools, children, youth in the office of Dr. Durgesh. And I had worked very closely with Professor Vinod Sharma ji and Professor Menon ji. What we tried in Sikkim and in many parts of India is about how to bring up children and youth as champions in resilience building. And now I am busy doing in some of the states a small gesture and looking at youth, young girls and young boys as eco-ambassadors. So I'm suddenly taken back to 2013 when Cloudburst was there and we were here within 24 hours. And for 2 years we have worked with the government of Uttarakhand. And I remember we had one small mathematical formula called 0D plus 0D. 0D stands for zero deaths of children and teachers and parents. And second 0D stands for 0 days lost for a child in school.
Oh.
And this is what we want Uttarakhand government to assure the larger community. And I am willing to work with you, sir, for this, so that in Uttarakhand we have children and youth as champions, not only for resilience but as eco-ambassadors. Yeah.
That will do. Thank you so much. Without army, nothing is complete as such. So from your side, Eco Task Force happens to be indispensable, you know, especially for our ecological restoration. So,
sir, we will like to showcase the work that we have done in our exhibition. One is that, and we can assure you of manpower support in conduct of the event. And we would also like your environmental delegation to visit our project site and see the work you have done and even suggest improvements in it from the scientific point of view, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So, anyone out here?
Dr. Pant, since we also have the Armed Forces representatives and senior representative from the Armed Forces and also the NDRF, and it will be also useful if we can also have some sessions from NDRF and also from SDRF from the states and also the first responder, fire and emergency services. And I think it will also be very useful based on what happened in 2013 to get the private sector and the public sector undertakings in Uttarakhand also to join, and also from the rest of the country, because there is also a CSR element where they can continue to support the WCDM. So it will be good to bring private sector representatives both from the public sector undertakings and also from the private sector, lead private sector, because some of them actually also suffered very much during the 2013. You know, like we saw the L&T also suffering a lot financially. So I think that would be also very helpful.
Yeah, and disasters, by the way, have no biases. So be it public, private, anyone, so it's all there. We are in talks with, already talking to industries all around, all across, so they are also on board. And similarly, NDRF and SDRF, they are also part of it. So, meaning thereby we are bringing in all stakeholders, all organizations and all government organizations, line departments, they are all there. And as per the direction of our Honorable Chief Minister, because this is what he has envisaged, not only this is going to be a global this event, that is for certain, but for the state it is kind of a celebration where each and every institution, school, college, not only in terms of disaster preparedness, workshops, they will be organizing, doing drilling, mock drills, but at the same time better understanding towards mitigating disasters and different forms of disasters. So that kind of this exercise is there. Or maybe we can come up with something very, very interesting, because of course Sendai framework we have and we could do that. If they could do that out there, why can't we do it out here? And as Dr. Vinod Sharma mentioned, yes, for Himalayan ecosystem we need to have some strategy, some whole idea. The entire this paradigm is entirely different. So from that perspective also we got to look forward to. But since the dashboard is already ready, we are already working on this. So many things have already happened. So on that pretext, yes, Dr. Geeta, she has something to say.
Take very long because everybody's lunch is waiting.
Yeah.
But it's been very, very interesting because I've seen different stakeholders. I mean, I'm basically helping bring this together with under the chairmanship of Dr. Professor Durgesh Pant. He's part of the Scientific and Technical Committee. So we are very excited about the whole thing, and I think this is an opportunity of getting vocal for local. So the World Congress on Disaster Management can get very focused with the Himalayan chapter, I think, and the way the different stakeholders are coming here, it's very exciting. So even for the universities, I wanted to say, as many students who want to submit, I think it should not be the registration fee should not be the factor which is setting them back. If there is anything there, they can approach us, and I think we would like all the different stakeholders to come together. And we're really excited. I think this is going to be a benchmark event, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else maybe from your side? Because now the lunch part is there, and this entire session, it has come to an end. So a big thank you to you all for making this wonderful event possible. So it's all been there, and as you know, so since Bachchan Sahab is our brand ambassador, or these stalwarts are also our ambassadors, so we will take all these learnings, lessons forward. Thank you very much to you all, and looking forward to a greater and continued support. Group photo. Yes, there shall be a group photo. Thank you.